think that the idea of solving things with cultural injection is more or less favorable in a country that is like culturally authoritarian?
So if we were to accept the presupposition that we need to change these things in the first place, right? That it's our business at all, that we should care at all, that Russia isn't letting gay people marry, or that China doesn't like Muslims, right? Then I think that like, what are the other options, right? So we have like, if this is something we want to change, we have direct military intervention. We have economic sanctions. Maybe try to bully them into doing what we want with economic sanctions.
I think China's trying to make itself resilient to those things, though, isn't it?
Well, I also think there's a big difference between Russia not letting gay people get married and China being like, it's not like I don't like the Uyghurs. It's like, hey, this is state-sanctioned murder. Like, there's a big difference between like state-sanctioned, hey, you can't get married on this piece of paper, and like you're dead because the state doesn't like you. Big difference.
I don't think they're killing these people. Right? They're re-educating them, basically trying to get them to drop their religions, drop their culture.
It's categorized as a genocide.
It's called a cultural genocide. Yeah.
But
that's still a genocide. I mean, look at me. Native, but like, hey, do I seem native to any of you? Like, really?
So like ethically,
this is how I was brought up, and this is kind of what what colonization did. Thanks, y'all. Thanks.
Ethically speaking, like you've created like a sub categorization, but you haven't taken out the categorization of genocide and the long-term effects. So just because it's cultural instead of directly homicidal doesn't mean you've actually like solved anything. I'd also like to point out that like any nation that's against those things but won't actually like stop it somewhere else isn't actually as against them as they possibly can be.
Well, I guess it's like so first off, I mean, do you guys think that like there are no cultures that should genocide's a bad word to use when I say the sentence, that there are no cultures that should be genocided, right? That there aren't cultures out there that are maybe detrimental to the people to a lot of the people that are living within them, and that if we can change them, we should change them.
Can I take?
When is genocide a good word?
Can I take this one real quick, because like
sure. Let me pick
it's fine. There are lots of cultures that have imperfect or harmful aspects to them. That doesn't merit genocide. It just merits reform. Like,
why?
Because they have negative effects that you can easily reform.
But isn't that pushing from as an outsider? You pushing your understanding of what negative and positive might be in the situation, right? Isn't that you attempting to culturally genocide them?
I disagree with the characterization of genocide as like being a reform for it to be like to have less harm on people.
Wait, so you're saying that as like an outsider from like a dominant Western country, if you were to say, hey, let's say, I use this example a lot just because it's an easy one. There's like the Sambian tribe where, they believe that like children need to ingest semen, literally to become men. If we were to say, and people did say, hey, this is a bad thing, you shouldn't be doing this. Missionaries came over and brought their religion over, tried to teach them this is a bad thing. They were resisted by the local population. And eventually it got to the point where the government needed to make the act illegal, right? To stop this from doing this and basically kill off make literally a piece of this culture illegal. This is a form of cultural genocide, isn't it? That we're coming in and saying, hey, this is wrong because our sense of morality says it's wrong, so you can't do it anymore. And if you do it, you're going to go to jail, right? So how is this any different from China saying, hey, this culture is incompatible with ours, with the rest of the nation. This is not something we want here. So we're going to make what you're doing illegal.
So
right? We're going to train out of culture.
Just to be clear, you're equating like Muslim religious belief with child rape.
Well, I think if we wanted to really dig in, I don't think it's a good idea. But
I can tell you, if we want to really dig into like
Well, hold on. If we want to like really dig into like Islam and some of the beliefs that this people within this religion hold, then yeah, we can get pretty close.
Well,
right?
okay,
I mean, the
so
Bible tells people to believe some shitty things too,
I
so
mean,
that's
yeah,
not
let's
actually a
go
good
off-
argument
on,
at all.
You know, Catholic priests here. Let's bring up, like there's a lot.
We can definitely do that. I don't like any of these religions, right? I think Christianity and Islam are death cults, and we shouldn't allow people to indoctrinate their children into them.
Hold up. Okay, this is gonna be a fucking surprising take from me. Prime's gonna laugh at this. The last thing that I would ever think about a Muslim person is that they follow a fucking death cult. That is some stupid ass take and completely wrong, fear mongering, hateful bullshit. I have yes, I've had religious fanatics, okay? They've shot at me. People that have misinterpreted their Quran and went on crazy fucking jihadist tirades. I've had them shoot at me. I've never had a genuine Muslim man family ever be nothing but fucking nice to me. So like that, I just fucking hate that you said that shit. That is the dumbest fucking shit.
That is the truth. That is the end point of both Islam and Christianity.
Don't put it on Muslims as a fucking whole. That is such a shitty
but this
thing
is
to
their
do.
religion. This is their religion that these people are following. So Christians
their religion is
and
children.
No, that's not what I said.
No,
I said the end point. No, the end point of both religions. Hold on. The end point of both religions is literally
one at a time.
Okay.
This is not Muslim religion. This is people that interpret differently. Like we have how many fucking facets of Christianity? This is like these Muslims that you're talking about are no different than the how we talk about Westboro Baptist Church or fucking dumbass organizations like that. They just bastardize, pick and choose, and fucking force interpretations that aren't there. Don't conflate this with Muslim as a fucking whole. Like it's not the actual Islamic. I've read the fucking Quran. Like this is dumbass take.
What do you think I'm saying? What do you think I'm saying? Do you think I'm saying that? Wait, please let me explain. So, do you think I'm saying that the average Muslim or the average Christian, their daily goal, according to if they were in accordance with their religion, is to end the world? That's not what I'm saying. It's not that their goal is to kill people. What I'm telling you,
religion is and then
let me explain. No, so the reason I call this a death cult is because the end point of both religions, right? Both religious frameworks, is literally apocalypse, the end of the world. It's suffering and death and fucking the mountains being ripped from the earth, and also that their Messiah can come back, save them, send everyone else to hell, and then run the world as a theocracy forever. Right? That doesn't sound like a good thing to me. So someone praying for Christ to come back, which means literally that the apocalypse is going to happen, that I'm going to be sent to hell, just seems like a bad thing for these people to believe. So for me to criticize, so yeah, I'm criticizing them for wanting that.
So,
wait, you know what's worse than that?
There's different sects with even that. There's different interpretations of the coming of Christ. Some people, aspects of Christianity don't even believe that when Christ comes back, he'll send wrongdoers to hell.
Could I just interject and say this is sort of a tangent of the cultural relativism thing that I think Dewey was getting at. I think we kind of got off the rails.
Well, I wanted to bring us back real quick because again, like if this is what you're saying, do you think it's okay to genocide religious people?
Well, to be clear,
because you disagree with them?
If we're using, if we were using the definition of cultural genocide that you guys used earlier, then yeah, I think if it were my perfect world, I would make the indoctrination of children into these religions, into these fucking death cults, illegal. I would make it illegal for them to be sent to private schools where they're taught by priests to hate gay people and that they should be afraid of the boogeyman under their bed. Yeah, I would definitely make that illegal.
Okay, so all right, wow, so much is happening, amazing, and so yeah, this is a panel where Doobie is involved. This is the regular. So let's go to Paul, who did not dodge Doobie. Normal people dodge people. When you're called out in Twitch chat, usually people run, but Paul did not. Paul, it's your first time being here. How are you doing?
Okay, can you hear me, yo?
Yeah. Yes, I can finally hear your voice. This is my first time hearing your voice.
Okay.
Thanks for being around. Tell Doobie what a sweet, kind human being he is.
All right, Doobie. Look, the whole panel done pounced on you because you sink in quicksand faster than I could save you if I want to save you, but I don't want to save you, to be honest. Cause to be honest with you, you wouldn't save me, homie. Look, you would let me drown. And then when I was dead, you would exterminate my faith. You would exterminate everything I stand for. You would squash everything I believe in. You would tell my kids everything I taught them was wrong.
Okay. If you had bad beliefs, yeah, probably.
Oh, I have bad beliefs, says you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice to know.
I don't know what your belief system is, right?
I don't know. Well, apparently your God, your beliefs are.
I don't know what your belief system is.
Right.
I don't know.
Exactly.
So hold on. So if you had
exactly.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
You just answered it. You don't know what the belief systems are, homie. And Sam told you that.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
No.
you just did.
No,
you just said, I don't know what your belief systems are. You don't know any humans' belief systems, homie.
That's not
You've
true.
never studied anything. You said all Muslims are a death cult.
No, I said that the end
cult
of this
you
religion
don't know any religion.
is literally apocalypse. So yeah, I would consider Islam a death cult.
You consider it because you don't know it.
I know. I'm sure I know more about
what you consider is to you. There are millions upon people on Earth that disagree with you, but you're right.
I mean, hold on.
How many people study Muslims?
There are at least
how many people study Christianity?
300 million people in the world. In the majority of Islamic countries that think it's okay to execute somebody. That think it's okay to execute. Please. That think it's okay to execute somebody if they leave your religion. Right. So yeah, I'm more right than
you don't believe in the Constitution. Is there freedom of religion in the Constitution?
I don't like most of the Constitution.
Oh, you're right about everything, and everybody else is always wrong, right?
Well, see, the Constitution allows people
write the laws of man, homie. What do we do?
Okay,
tell us what we do, what we should believe.
Let me ask you a question. So, if you had a,
all right, ask me a question.
If you're speaking to like a KKK member, right, and they raise their kids, please.
I don't speak to a KKK.
That's okay. Let me.
You'll never catch me do that.
Okay, let Dibby finish his question.
Go ahead. My fault.
So, if you were speaking to a KKK member, right, and this person had taught their children to hate other people because of their skin color. Right, they had like some fucking caveman mentality thing. Oh, that person's brown, you gotta hate them. They're bad. They're less than you. If that person died, right? Would you then have a problem with telling their kid that all this racist shit that they've been taught is incorrect?
You just equated the KKK to Muslims, dude.
Yeah, just why can't you just answer the question?
There's no question there, dude.
There is a question.
That's a false equivalency.
I'm asking if you have a problem.
Like asking me, Paul. Okay, does
their father's beliefs are incorrect?
Paul, does cornbread equate to the moon?
You're not going to answer the question because you know the answer.
There is no question. You're equating a hate group to a faith.
And I told you if you had bad beliefs, then I'd be okay with teaching your children that your beliefs are bad. I don't see any problem with that. Like I don't understand why you're so upset about that.
Well,
I'm upset for more than that.
Okay with genociding people who
exactly. I'm upset with way more than what you just said.
Not genociding people, genociding a cultural genocide should be the idea.
Hey, I want to hear what Ninetales has to say because it's probably more productive than where this is going.
I should back off. I probably went too hard. Go ahead and pass it on.
Go ahead, Ninetales.
Okay, yeah, Doobie. I just wanted to say that, like, in general, I think you can just write off any like culture that needs to do something like a cultural genocide in person too, as like relatively inferior to the culture they're trying to genocide. Because if that culture is not genociding people, then it's probably better than the culture that is. The only reason that a cultural genocide makes sense is that I'm hearing it would be incompatibility. But if that incompatibility is there, maybe that's because of how shit that culture is. So when I don't see any reason why it would be justifiable. It's like the more you need to like force integration, the crappier your society is.
Okay, so Doobie, before you respond to her, FTLBZ, thank you for the raid, right team people. Hey everyone, my name is Prime. We do these walk-on panels and invite-only panels as well sometimes, but we're doing a walk-on panel where members of my audience can take part. And you walked into a very, very weird one. We're talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. Talking about like which religions are terrible, basically. I didn't even know how to describe this one. Like stick around, you're in for a wild ride here. Like which cultures are inferior. It's a crazy one. Thank you, FTLBZ, for dropping off your kids here. You may regret it. This is an R-rated movie now. So thank you for being here, everyone. Give me a follow if you haven't done so already. All right. Go ahead, Doobie. You can answer that. And I want to thank Ashley Stella for coming in. Another person who hasn't dodged. Someone I asked them to come on, and they actually came on, which is amazing. But first, go ahead, Doobie. Then we'll talk to Ashley.
Yeah, so I just don't think that's true. I think if you were to examine what you just said, maybe without these like preconceptions about genocide being an ooga booga word, right? It's very scary. I think that like you would maybe come to the understanding that's just realistically some cultures are better than others, right? Now they're better from our subjective perspective. That is, of course, informed by the culture that we happen to grow up in. Right? So I grew up in the United States. Subjectively, I believe that my culture is better than the culture of some, Middle Eastern country where they don't allow women to drive, or they dislike, gay people or whatever. Right? I think those things are bad. So these things are part of their culture. They're part of their religion. So yeah, I'm going to say, hey, my culture is better than that culture, and if I can do something about it, I'd like to influence that culture to become more like my culture, because I think my
putting aside the fact that you're not God, I think it's really easy to make the case that like any culture that can accept other cultures without needing to like reform them is inherently better. And I see a lot of Muslims who can live in different cultures without having to like reform the other people around them to exist. So when I see a place where you can't be Muslim of a certain background, especially without impinging on a different culture, I think it's the other culture that's inferior, because you're so one directional and one dimensional that there's no hope. There's like,
why does wanting to improve the lives of people and other cultures make my culture inferior? Right? If
people can decide for themselves,
if we're dealing with but they can't.
Cultural genocide.
Let me answer. Because if people generally always want what's good for themselves, so if they're like in China, they can live Chinese culture, and therefore they don't need to be re-educated, because they can have the choice to be a better culture. You don't need to force that on people.
By your own metric, you're making a qualitative statement about culture, because it's illegal to be a Christian or an apostate or an atheist or a Jew in most of these Muslim majority countries.
Except people travel there all the time, so that can't be exactly true.
What?
Right.
If people are able to go there,
when women travel there, they have to follow the religious laws.
You're not allowed to practice Christianity.
That's
not in every place. I think that's a misconception, or somebody got misinformation.
I didn't say every place. I said most Muslim majority countries.
Yeah, again,
probably not most, but for like the Muslim majority countries that do, I would say that those cultures are relatively inferior to than the ones that can accept other cultures. My logic still applies.
Yeah, I think so is your idea that Saudi Arabia and Iran?
No, that's not true. So this is like I haven't looked at this for like 6 months, so I'm just going off the top of my head. But there are, I believe, 11 or 12 Muslim majority countries in the world. They all happen to be Muslim majority, where it is illegal to be an apostate. It is illegal to leave your religion. It is illegal to have like blasphemy laws, right? And the penalty for apostasy in these countries is death, is execution by the state, right? So. I think that's
so. You have to show me figures on enforcement before I can just say I can take like some conclusion that the existence of a law actually like extrapolates to the enforcement of it.
Well, let me explain. So there are at least 300 million people in these countries, right? If you were to combine the populations, which is almost about as many as there are in the United States. I think that's a bad thing. There are 300 million people in the world that are living in places where they can be killed if they leave their religion, right? We had, if you want like an example, right? You can look at Iran, where Twitter.
But let me ask you something though. So you just made a key point, and I want to focus on that point.
Wait, you asked him for an example, and then you jumped in as soon as he was about to give an example.
Yeah, so
wanting to
look at Iran. I think today, actually, I read this earlier. a Instagram influencer who got popular, I think last year, the year before, for doing the zombie Jolie thing, where she made herself look like a zombie version of Angelina Jolie. Was just put in jail in him for like I think 10 years for encouraging youth degeneracy or some shit like that. I think that's shit. I think it's a shit way to run a country. I think that the culture that a culture that has formed a government that imposes these kind of laws is probably has some issues. I'd be totally okay with doing whatever I can to change that culture to make their lives better.
So,
like,
just
go ahead.
Like, I feel like we need to draw the distinction here between like an act of enforcing a law, like, hey, you can't rape children, being distinct from having a policy that systematically deconstructs an entire culture. These are two different things, and like having like one aspect of a culture be like impacted in its function by a law is different than like saying we need to systematically destroy this entire culture, so we are going to, burn their books, we're going to salt their fields, we're going to make sure that their way of life can't resume.
Okay, so next, first of all, thank you for being here, Grizzly. Appreciate you stopping by. And beyond that, I wanted to hear from Ashley Stella, who was really, really kind enough to join us. I'm quite impressed that you follow through. Most people don't. So thank you, Ashley. If you can hear us. If you're talking, we can't hear you, Ashley. Ashley?
I see them lighting up.
Yeah, I see your audio lighting up, but we just don't hear from you, buddy. All right. Well, I think we heard something. Try it again.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Hi, Ashley. How are you?
Fine.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming through. Anyway, you wanted to say something to DB, how he's a very caring individual? Ashley?
Speechless.
Speechless. If you're trying to talk to us, then we're not hearing you. I don't know, something's going on with your mic.
Well, my main issue is what he said had to do with the generalization of Muslims and how Muslims were a death cult and the discrimination of gay people by Muslims. But what he was referring to would have been a small minority, not a majority of Muslims. Most Muslims I have had experience with have actually been fairly friendly and very accepting, especially of sexual minorities and racial minorities.
Right. That's because in America, we've done a good job of integrating them into our society before 9/11. Before 9/11, Muslims were very integrated in our society, and that made Muslims in America much more progressive than Muslims in the rest of the world.
When I was referring to the Muslims that I met, they were good people. It was all overseas, not here. I just want to clarify.
Well, okay. Can I?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. Yeah. Or fine. We'll go to Marks, then we'll immediately go to DB next. All right. So Marks, and then DB can respond to all of it because a lot's coming at him. All right, Marks.
Yeah, so we have to understand that Muslims inherently are bad, right? And I think everybody will understand that Muslims or people of different religions are sort of creations of their environment, right? So the Middle East wasn't always this hellhole where they were always homophobic and always against people of different religions or different sexualities, right? And in some periods of the Middle East, for example, I think if you look through the 1940s to about the 1970s, some of the places were actually fairly progressive. Some even allowed gay bars. Sometimes, even in Turkey, women didn't have to wear burqas. They were actually progressing very rapidly. Now there was a downturn where a lot of right wingers and extremists started to take over a lot of their countries, but that's a whole different tangent. But yeah, we have to bring this back into context to where obviously Muslims and people of different cultures can be assimilated. A lot of these people, especially in the Middle East or just different parts of the world, are the way they are because of their material conditions and the cultures that were brought up.
Okay, DB, you can respond to any and all of that.
Okay, so I first like to ask Ninetales, why do you think that was it Ninetales or was it Stella? I think Stella, you said that. I'm sorry, Ashley, you said that Muslims, the Muslims that dislike gay people, for example, are a small minority. Why do you think that? Is this just like anecdotal experience that people you've met in your life that are like westernized, American Muslims? Because every study that I've ever seen of like Middle Eastern countries, right, the majority of of the Muslim world, has been that they dislike homosexuality. Now, Muslims will tell you, I've had long conversations with many Muslims about this, that it's not the fact that someone has these preferences that they have a problem with, it's the act of, gay sex. And if that happens, many of these people in these countries, it's not a small minority at all, believe that there should be criminal penalties, right, for engaging in homosexual and like gay sex, not just being a gay person, having gay sex. So I'd like to know where you got that from. And secondly, um, was it Marx?
Yeah.
You said that. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question too. Do you think that, like, because I've heard the argument before, actually from people on the left, that assimilation is a form of cultural genocide, because in order to assimilate a lot of these people, they need to let go of their beliefs, right? They need to let go of beliefs that are incompatible with the country that they're assimilating into. So you're supporting assimilation, encouraging assimilation. Isn't that also just supporting another form of cultural genocide?
Supporting assimilation, it actually depends. Assimilation, usually means that in some way or another, most of their daily activities align with the general populace's culture. So, by the definition of a cultural genocide, it means that a far stronger power or culture is forcing another culture to conform or revalue their cultural activities. So, if you're going by the technical definition, yeah, it is a type of cultural genocide, but just depends on the way you do it. If I simply suggest to you willingly, or through education that you willingly go to, that you willingly attend, like public schooling, and then you adopt some of our beliefs, then that's not necessarily cultural genocide because I'm not forcing you to do that. I'm merely suggesting ideas. What China is doing is literally forcing these people into fucking camps and forcibly re-educating them. So it's a bit of a fucking it's a big difference. So it depends on the way you do it, but in America, no, it's not a cultural genocide. We are suggesting our cultural values, not enforcing them.
After Doobie, I will go back to Samantha. So Doobie, you can respond to that.
Sure. So I actually don't agree. I think that we do enforce this kind of assimilation, right? If there was a culture, just look at like Christianity and Islam, right? They have many anti-LGBT um, beliefs just baked into their religions. Um, so and sometimes they try to enforce those beliefs with the state. You have a very strong evangelical movement in the U.S. that's constantly trying to take rights away from gay people and trans people, trying to take away abortion rights. Um, so, and I think that we would reject or keep them from enacting some of their beliefs, right? I.e., um, Muslim beliefs that if a woman wants to get a divorce, she needs to go through this Sharia court, and she needs to be rejected by the husband 3 times, and whatever nonsense that process is.
Child
Um,
marriage or FGM.
yeah, FGM, female genital mutilation. If you guys don't know what that is, um, child marriage. These things when they come to these and this is actually something that Europe dealt with, right, when they had this massive wave of immigration. There were a lot of child brides among those those refugees, right? And they had to tell those people, hey, no, you can't be married to this child, right? This part of your culture is not compatible here. We're not going to allow you to do it. And if you try to do it, we're gonna there are legal penalties for that. So yeah, I do think that it's not
So
as simple as making suggestions.
So could I respond to this real quick? So yeah, this really gets into the weeds of like what specifically warrants a cultural genocide. So for that aspect of like not allowing I forget your examples, but let's just say not allowing you to throw gay people off the roofs. Yeah, you could classify that as well, that we enforce that type of ruling. But let's say, I don't know, a Marxist who doesn't believe that capitalism should be a thing at all and wants to abolish it completely, but the U.S. government doesn't allow that. Is that a genocide of Marxist culture or whatever you want, or not, or like a Nazi that wants to kill all gay people? Is that genocide of Nazi culture? I mean, you could really get into the weeds here. I wouldn't say that is. I guess if you want to go by if you want to say that this is a type of enforcement, you can. But under my distinction, no, not really. No.
Okay, so we'll go to Samantha, then we'll go to Ashley, and then off to Jack. All right. Also, we wanted to, after that, we wanted to jump into Iram, see if he has anything else to add. So Samantha, Ashley, Jack, Iram. Go ahead.
Okay, two things. The first, I want to dispute the whole gay sex being illegal, because while overseas, do you know how much gay sex I had while deployed, both on and off military bases? Just want to point that out. I'm still alive and unpunished. Based. Second thing is, do you believe that America is, say, like, better or like more moral for not being like, I'm just trying to get like, what do you think is better? Like, do you think like the Middle East and all these religion things is like fuck, because we kind of got away from the original point, but like, do you think that like we are better because we aren't doing these practices, or do you think that we also have a point where we try to like force, especially evangelical white Christian Republicans like to enforce their shit even outside of Christianity, even if they're not Christian, they like to enforce people like my friend Tiberius, who thinks that America has a culture, which it doesn't. There is no standard culture, no standard language. Do you think that like we're better morally or culturally than these places that enforce theirs through theocracy?
Yeah, I do.
Like how? Like why? How?
So to be clear, you're asking me if I think the United States is better for not, having a culture in which it's acceptable to execute people for apostasy, or to hang people for
witch trials for one. So that refutes that point.
What? Hold on. You can't really compare the Salem witch trials to what's happening in Muslim countries today. Like, come on,
it's very similar.
And it isn't. You could no, come on. You could ask me, hey, do I think the U.S. is better today than it was when the Salem witch trials happened? Yeah, of course. Do I think we're better today than we were 15 years ago when gay people weren't allowed to get married? Yeah, I do. I think our culture is still evolving. It's going to keep evolving, and I hope it gets better. And I think right now in its current state, it's better than many other countries in their current state.
Also, the Salem witch trial was fueled by hallucinogen mold, and the thing that's happening in Muslim countries right now is systematic.
Here, I'm done.
Wait, that's not all that drove it at all.
Wait, mold? I've never heard that before.
Okay, well,
it's mold also make the frogs gay. Do you have the document?
There is a theory.
I'm pretty sure it was just
around the Salem witch trials that there was hallucinogen mold on wheat that caused that.
Oh, wait. Okay, so you're saying that people had these like hallucinations because of the mold, and that led them to think they're witches, and these crazy ass Christians burn people at the stake. Okay, well,
yeah,
I guess
that's what happened with the Salem witch trial. So it's completely different than what's happening in Muslim countries right now.
Sure.
I mean, but even if that were the case, right? Like, there's response still to hallucinations was, "Hey, let's burn some witches." Right? That's still a problem with Christian culture at the time, or that specific sect of Christianity.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, DB. That like, it's like, what do they end up hallucinating, right? Like, because that comes out of somewhere, right? The thing that scares you comes out of somewhere, and then your response is also like predetermined. It's not like it wasn't a random thing. It wasn't like like all of a sudden they hate whales and start like whale hunting off the coast of or something like that. It wasn't random. It was like, oh, let's do violence against women because they are of the devil.
Actually, there's something very similar happening today, also dealing with Christianity in Africa, where we have American preachers going to Africa, spreading their version of Christianity. And that's leading to a lot of people in those countries burning people for being witches. Like that's happening today. due to Christianity that's being exported from the United States to Africa, and I think it's a really bad thing. I think these religions are generally a force for bad in the
Are
world.
these also fueled by wheat mold?
Can I please intervene for a second?
So, hold on. All right, hold on. We gotta. I will get you, Paul. I got a lot of people here, but I will get you, Paul. You haven't been forgotten. Okay, so we're gonna go to Ashley. We went to. Oh, sorry. Ashley disappeared. Someone disappeared. Well, we'll go to Ashley. And then someone disappeared. I don't know. We'll go to Iram. And then it was what?
Samantha disappeared.
Oh, Samantha. Okay, so we'll go to Ashley. Then we'll go to Iram. And then we'll try Paul. Oh no, so we got Jack's facts first. All right, so all right, Ashley, Iram, Paul, and then all right, we'll get it. Ashley first.
Okay. Well, my response was about the Doobie's claim about. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Doobie's claim about Muslims and the gay thing. Yes, there are some.
I'll be right back.
Okay, there are some countries that have explicit laws that criminalize, but the issue is not that that's not the majority. For example,
it is the majority though.
For example, if you looked at the predecessor to Turkey, they had decriminalized homosexuality long before many other countries did at that point in that area. Turkey did not have any laws anymore after around, I think it was 1858. And in 1870, Turkey had the world's first openly transgender celebrity. There were many Muslims in that area that were fine with it. Saying that all Muslims hate gay people or Muslims want to kill gay people is very much a generalization that is harmful and a stereotype created by many Western countries like America and it was especially prominent after 9/11.
Okay, it's not a generalization. Well, it is a generalization, but it's not an inaccurate one. If you look at the majority of Muslim countries where the country itself has a majority Muslim population, most of them criminalize homosexuality, and they also criminalize practicing Christianity, practicing Judaism, or leaving Islam. That's not an unfair generalization. That's just the stats on the Muslim world. I think we're splitting hairs about that. I don't think anyone on this panel would argue that the world would be improved if we could punish more homosexuals or punish more apostates. The problem we're running into is we have an allergic reaction to saying that one culture is superior to the other, and we're equivocating, trying to find these examples here and there instead of just saying, yes, Western culture is better than cultures where the majority of people think it's okay to throw gay people off buildings.
Okay, but a lot of them don't think that's okay. Like, especially like, you know, you're taking a single example and extrapolating that to either a culture or a group of people, and that's not at all like doable, because just because one thing happened doesn't mean that everyone else thinks it's okay.
Right. There's plenty of laws. There's plenty of laws in America that most Americans disagree with.
The majority of Muslims polled on these issues come down on the sides of these majority countries.
Why do they call it extremism?
I just wanna interject here that, like, there's no such thing as Western culture. There are things like American culture, there are things like British culture, there are things like Scottish culture. Those are cultures. There's no monolith of Western culture. Like, the culture in the United States is very different than the culture in the Ukraine, and like equivocating these things as part of like a homogenous block of culture is just inaccurate in the extreme. And second of all, the United States, like you, I think Doobie mentioned earlier, like, there are like child brides who were sent to Europe, and like Europe was like, no, you can't have child brides here. Guess what the United States has? The United States has fucking child brides, and we haven't been able to repeal those laws because the United States, in places where those laws are supportive of grown adult men marrying children who are like under the age of 12, there's sufficient support to block attempts to repeal these laws. So like if we're going to talk about like the supremacy of like, Western culture, we have to contend with the fact that like in the United States, we have all kinds of flaws. In the United States, it was illegal to have like same-sex like sexual relations in a lot of this country until 2003. So like when we're talking about these things, it's not like we are so much more advanced and big-brained than other countries around the world.
It's
selective in the extreme.
This is what, for whatever reason, I feel like people on the left are allergic to making these qualitative.
Oh, just to address that real quick, some cultures are better than others, but you can't say like Western culture is a block. Like if some cultures are better than others, then pick one.
That I'm fine with that.
Pick an actual culture. And then when you pick one, you have to contend with the weaknesses within that culture that are like, yeah, it's okay to rape children as long as you get married first. Like that, like you have to contend with that. And that's the reality of Western culture in the United States.
I mean, in the majority of Western countries, it's illegal to.
Okay, but again, you're making a imaginary block of culture by just saying like, oh yeah, we all have this collective law in these countries, so that's part of our culture. No, that you don't get to do that.
I said the majority of Western states.
I'm taking culture out of it. We're talking culture though. That's what we were talking about initially.
Okay, so there's two distinctions here. There's states that we would agree reside within the West, and then there's cultural distinctions within each of those states. I'll take your point that it's not a monolithic Western culture, but in those Western states, it's not.
Why are you making the argument about like Western state generalities? Why bother?
I mean it to draw a distinction between Middle Eastern countries and say that there is a valid moral superiority in states that do not punish homosexuals with death or enshrine child marriage or make it so that a woman's testimony is worth half of a man's. And all this stuff.
But again, you're like drawing this strange distinction where like not all of these Western states have these distinctions. You're making like broad generalizations in order to make your point.
Can you name any Western nation where a woman's testimony is worth half of a man's?
America.
What?
No,
it's not on the books, but yeah, there are going to be women who have testimony that are valued less than a man's.
It's kind of equivocation. Right. I'm just. It's absurd.
So I'm gonna have to. It's different here how that works in the States, but when it comes to sexual assault, and I see your hand up, Kobe. Don't worry, I'm definitely gonna get you, buddy. Oh wow, people have definitely just joined. So when it comes to sexual assault allegations, for instance, right, we see it all the time. How women are interrogated, like every part of their lives are interrogated in a way that like it wouldn't be if, for instance, they had claimed they had been physically assaulted by someone. But once it's sexual assault, then their integrity is based on their purity, right? Like, well, how many people did you sleep with, right? Well, you enjoyed it with them.
If I had to talk about all the friends that I have who have been raped or sexually assaulted, who don't go to the cops because they know that they're not going to be believed, we would be here for a very fucking long time.
Let me just grant the point on the testimony. I'll drop that for the sake of argument, and let's just go right to punishes homosexuality with death. Can you name a Western nation that does that?
Off the top of my head, no, unless we're going back in time in the United States.
No, not going back in time.
But again, like I'm not trying to take the position that the United States is superior in all aspects, or like the West doesn't have its problems. I'm taking the position that there are some cultures that are better than others, but again, that doesn't mean you can't reform these other cultures.
But saying that the United States, the culture of the United States currently, is better than the culture of like Nigeria, right, or Poland, where they have like LGBT free zones, these crazy ass Christians have imposed, doesn't mean that we believe every single aspect of American culture is good, right? And is like there's no room to improve anywhere. Of course, there's room. There's always room to improve.
No, but Doobie, you took the position earlier in this conversation that you had the moral high ground to culturally genocide people who disagreed with you.
Yeah, I don't see how what I just said.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I don't see how what I just said at all affects that. Like, so if I'm in a nation where it isn't illegal to be an apostate, where homosexuality isn't punished by death, where people aren't thrown into jail for encouraging youth degeneracy through like Instagram posts where they're wearing makeup, yeah, I'm going to say that in those ways and many others we can get into, my culture is superior, and I'm okay with saying, hey, you doing this kind of shit where you're killing gay people, doing all these things is a bad thing, and I'm going to do anything I can to change that, right? To affect your culture. If that, in extreme cases, that could even mean like military intervention, right? But I'm hoping it doesn't. Most of these things I think can be done through like cultural creep, and like we did with Japan after World War II. So yeah, I think that like I really don't understand like why you can't just accept that
because there's a big difference between like introducing new values and like the natural process of like cultural assimilation and actively imposing cultural genocide, which by the way implies like burning their texts, eliminating the places where they learn, destroying their fundamental ways of life, which is very different. Like when we're talking about cultural genocide, it's not just like, well, you guys need to be better, okay? Like when we're talking cultural genocide, you're talking like burning their fucking mosques to the ground. You're talking
that's not true.
Burning their
It's not just
churches.
a military invasion. It's not just a military invasion. When we talk about cultural genocide, you're talking about forcibly changing people and changing their culture by any means necessary, normally locking them away in re-education camps like we see in China. So this doesn't make anyone's lives better. I think you bring up some good points about some flaws in other cultures, but that doesn't... reform and genocide are not the same thing. We can change other cultures and reform other cultures without genocide, without cultural genocide. That is like taking out a anthill with a fucking nuke.
Okay, so hold on. We got a whole bunch of people who want to be involved, want to join in. I keep it moving. But don't worry, you'll get to respond. First of all, thank you, Kobe, and thank you, Brento Box, for coming in. As always, I'm excited to have you guys. It's a rare treat. We can have Brento pop into one of my walk-ons, but he's super. That means he's super interested in whatever's happening. To do that, so I'm excited. Okay, but so we have a little bit of a line, but we will definitely get to all of you. So first, Stella, I think you want to say something briefly, so I'm going to jump back to you, and then we're going to go to Paul, then we're going to go to Kobe, then we're going to go to Brento, then we're going to go to Ninetails. All right?
I need to take dinner out of the oven, so just put me at the bottom of the list, please.
Gotcha. All right. We'll start with Stella, and then we'll go to Paul. Go ahead. Stella? All right. Everyone else does that. I apologize. All right, we're moving on. We'll come back to Stella later. All right, so we'll go to Paul, then we'll go to Brento, then we'll go to Ninetails.
All right, check it out. Look, you all over the place when you argue on purpose, to be honest with you. And you know why you go all over the place? That way nobody can debunk your theories. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you some situations directly relevant to things you said that I wrote down on a book. You said religion is inherently bad, which I know is proven wrong, because religion is part of evolution. Literally, without it, we're not here right now. We didn't get to where we're at without religion. It set some of the guidelines for how we got here. Also, you also said these things about something about Western cultures and stuff, which you leap between religion and culture on purpose. That's a tactic you use, and I'm very familiar with it. I'll debate it another time. But anyways, Western culture, you know what Western culture really is? Colonialism of stolen land that you already genocided a culture of, and now you're glorifying doing it again. To be honest with you, If you hadn't called me on this panel, I would never speak to a person like you, because you have advocated for doing to the indigenous people again what was already done to them. I'm done talking to you.
Yeah.
Should I respond or?
Sure, you can, but Doobie, please be careful. We've been over this.
I promise. I'll be nice.
Okay.
I promise.
Thank you.
So two things. I don't think religion is inherently bad. I think that these specific religions that we're talking about, Christianity and Islam, are bad. I agree that religion is a very useful tool for organizing people and getting people to do what you want. So if I tell my kid that, hey, if you do this bad thing, a monster's going to come out and bite you. Hey, if you do this bad thing, you're going to be tortured forever when you die, because God loves you. That's a really useful way to organize people. Yeah. So yeah, some religions are useful. I'm saying is these specific religions are bad. There are plenty of other religions that are bad. There's some religions that aren't so bad, right? You said that I leap between religion and culture. That's because I think religion and culture, in the case that we're like in these cases that we're like speaking of, right? Like Poland, Middle Eastern countries, even the United States. The culture is informed by the religion, right? By the majority religion in these places. We can say we want the separation of church and state in the United States, but the reality is this is a country built on Christian values, right? What people consider to be Christian values, right? This is why we had to fight so hard to get gay rights passed. This is why we still have to fight so hard to keep abortion legal. There is these religions are not just like separate from the cultures and the nations in which they exist. And the last thing, and this is what Prime wants me to be careful about. The U.S. is built on stolen land. We culturally genocided the indigenous people. I'm actually the descendant of indigenous people, right? Like I have like Yaqui Native American blood in me, and a lot of it. And yeah, I guess it was a bad thing for them. Personally, I think I'm better off living in the most powerful country in the world because that happened. And yeah, that's bad for them. I'm sorry that happened, but at the end of the day, it worked out. So who cares?
Right, but people don't live at the end of the day. People live in the here and now. Like you can't.
Yeah,
like,
and I'm living in the here and now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
So we'll move on. Oh boy. That could have been much worse. It has been much worse. All right, so we're going to go to Brento, Ninetails, and then go back to Ashley, see if they are ready. All right, Brento.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in because I was listening to you guys have this conversation. I was kind of having the same conversation with people in chat, and so we're talking about cultural relevance or relativity, right? And it just seems like every time someone brings up a point, people go like, well, there's no such thing as like Western culture because, there's conflicts and it's not uniform, universal. It's like, okay, but there is no such thing as a completely universal culture. So if you're going to say there's no such thing as Western culture by that standard, like, would you say that there's any, and I guess I'm speaking to Riverboat Jack because I felt like you were the one making the argument. Mm-hmm. Would you say there's anything such as like Black culture or music culture or, any culture? Do you think any culture can technically exist within your definitions of no culture exists because there's exceptions everywhere?
Whoa. That's not what I said. What I said was Western culture doesn't exist. What does exist is like British culture or French culture or Ukrainian culture. These are cultures that exist, but to pretend that they're one homogenous thing, that like I have something in common with someone who lives in like Hungary, I don't think that is the case. Like someone who lives in Hungary has more in common with somebody else who lives in Hungary. When we're talking about Black culture, I will argue that there is Black culture, but largely in the sense that like
is it homogenous? Well, is it one homogenous thing that all people share?
Let me finish.
Well, then what's the difference?
When I say that there's Black culture, I say that is largely something that emerged in the United States as a result of cultural genocide against African Americans that erased where a lot of them came from. So that's why there is a Black culture in the United States.
But it's not homogenous, right? And you say cultures have to be homogenous.
That's not what I said.
Well, then why doesn't Western culture exist simply because it's not homogenous?
Western culture doesn't exist because you're talking about like a huge fucking group. Like this would be like, this is what also gets me about like white nationalists who say like whiteness, like white culture is under attack. Like, no, white culture isn't the thing. Again, British culture is a thing. It's distinct from French culture. It's distinct from Scottish culture. It's distinct
wouldn't there
from
be
Irish
like,
culture.
aren't there a lot of people who maybe would like criticize and say white culture the thing is like like white, they say like whiteness in America is a problem, right? Wouldn't that be what white culture is and what they're referring to?
No, they're talking about we're talking about a whole lot of different things when people are talking about whiteness in American
culture. Well, sure, but you're talking about many things when you're talking about culture, period.
Right, but it's an aspect, whiteness is an aspect of American culture. It's not an American culture unto itself.
So being like, Irish is an aspect of Western culture.
No, it's no. Ireland has its culture. You being Irish is a culture.
It sounds like, Riverbud, it really just sounds like you only want to acknowledge certain cultures as existing and then say all other cultures don't exist because they don't, some cultures exist and some don't.
Okay, how about this?
And
do we
some
have
are
an
homogenous
Earth
and some
culture
aren't.
because we all live on Earth?
Yes, we do, in fact.
What is it?
We just don't have one. We just haven't discovered any life outside of Earth to compare it to.
So we have an Earth culture. What is the commonality between you and someone who lives in South Africa?
That we all live on Earth. We live on Earth.
Homo sapiens have a typical Homo sapiens, irregardless of their social order, whether they're the San people of South Africa that are hunter-gatherers or me in California. Most of what we do is the same: eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, work. It's very similar. We can say that Homo sapiens form themselves into social bonds. Homo sapiens are sexually dimorphic and sometimes ascribe gender roles to different. Of course we can. Of course we can. And it's so obvious. I'm sorry for butting in.
No, that's fine, because I agree. And I mean, that's just the thing. It just feels like the definitions, you have a definition for culture and you say some don't exist because they don't meet the definition, but others do despite that.
Okay,
and
so what is your definition of culture then?
I don't necessarily have a definition of culture that I can like put forward to you. I would just say that I feel like you were
associate culture with ethnicity.
With ethnicity.
Like a certain set of shared beliefs.
Jack, do you believe that Russian culture is a thing? Do you think that Russian or Soviet culture is a thing? Do you think that if I say that Soviet culture, you can think of some things, even though Soviets was Armenians, Tartars, Muscovites, etc.? If I say Soviet culture, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So yes, that had nothing to do with ethnicity. It actually has to do with a series of habits and behaviors of a large group of human beings. That's what culture is, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know, just to say, well, there's no Western culture. Well, I mean, I'm assuming now that you're Western or you're born like in what we would typically consider Western. People who aren't born here, they generally will be able to be like, well, that's a Western habit. Like people who are not from maybe like Western countries, they can identify it fairly easily, right? Because they're not part of it.
Mm-hmm. So are you trying to argue that throwing gays off of buildings is a inherently Middle Eastern value?
What part of anything I've said this whole time could you even possibly draw anything from that?
It's not from what you've said.
I was listening earlier.
What other people in this chat have said.
But come on, then you know that's not what I'm arguing.
But I want an answer to the question. Like,
I don't think it's inherently part of that.
Is that inherently part of how other people are acting and behaving?
No, I don't believe it's inherently part of it. No.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go to Nine Tails. We're going to go to Stella and then Kobe. All right, Nine Tails, Stella, Kobe, and then we'll hop back to Iram. Yeah.
Firstly, Kobe, I know that you might also have limited time for when the food comes out. Did you want to switch places with me?
Actually, I'm chowing down on some delicious eggplant parmesan, so please take as much time as you like.
Can I ask you something though?
Yes.
Is the little suck boy thing? Is that a reference to the Peterson dog?
No, it's not. I like to play first-person shooter games on the internet, and a lot of people are homophobic. And if I have a gay-sounding name, people are instantly homophobic to me, and then I know who to mute. So I put a gay-sounding name on my thing.
Who to mute and who to shoot. Okay, yeah. So, Doobie. Okay. I brought up. I put a map in chat and also the link to where it came from, which is Wikipedia, where homosexuality is punishable by death. But the thing is that. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want to go back to this. I've just been hanging on to this point for so long. um, and one of the things to note about this map is that there's only one place in dark red, and the places in dark red are the only places where it actually is punished, and that would be Saudi Arabia. So that's the thing, is like, your example for how all Muslims are is just so far off base that it actually you've taken the existence of laws which aren't even enforced, taken out any nuance on the subject, and you've literally like painted with a broad brush something that could at best only be applied to Saudi Arabian policy, which is also, mind you, not culture or collective thought.
Okay, I'm looking at the map you link, and that's just wrong. First of all, Saudi Arabia is not even the darkest red color. That's Iran. Second of all, yes. Second of all,
I'm terrible with geography. My bad.
Yes.
Are there two? And one of them is. Sorry, I'm really close up to a screen, but I also have terrible like nearsighted vision. Prime just keeps complaining that I'm too far away.
I don't know what this map is. There's no key. There's multiple.
Go to
chains.
Wikipedia. Wikipedia, like anything that isn't dark red is places where it's not punished, where it's not actively punished.
Okay, everything in orange is where it's still on the books.
Yeah, still on the books is not the same as punished. And if something is on the books and not punished, then the fact that the laws exist don't actually speak to like anything about to where the laws are. It actually shows that they progressed, if anything. So like the fact that they're progressing means that you don't need to culturally intervene.
I think if I was a homosexual living in one of those countries, I would disagree.
Yeah,
it's only one country that actually uses them, though.
Again,
only one country.
Only one country. Even on the map you link, there's at least 3.
If you count the one that's like cross shaded, but I don't know how to categorize that one. I don't know if it's a tiny country. I can't tell if that's like a defect or if that's just like
this is kind of
country.
That's Somalia. They're under a civil war.
Maybe these two.
Okay, well now I know. There's 2.
Okay,
and
everybody, hold on, stop, please. This is a weird conversation, like arguing like the shading on this map, and I just want to move on. People can't even see this map, so we're just going to move on. Next, we're going to go to Stella. Now we're going to go to Kobe and Iram. Yeah, Stella.
The original point I wanted to make was honestly covered by Jack. So.
Okay, all right. We'll go to Iram and we'll go to Kobe.
I just want to reiterate that it's kind of back to Doobie's point that we shouldn't be shy about recognizing qualitative differences in culture, and I think we're spending a lot of time equivocating. Oh, maybe this country doesn't execute as many homosexuals as this country. I think it's a little absurd. I think. Throw a dart on any Western country, and you'd be better off if you're a homosexual living there than you would be throwing a dart in any Middle Eastern country.
Serious question, though. Like, what good is qualitative analysis without the quantitative data to back it up?
Good enough, I think, for what we're talking about.
No.
I mean, if you think you need quantitative data, you can pretty much find that one.
From what I just said, like looking at the data you posted, I would say if you're a homosexual and you threw a dart at a Middle Eastern country, you'd be in really bad shape. If you threw a dart at mostly any Western country, you would be fine. And I think that is a qualitative difference that bears attention. I think it matters.
But that's like, as soon as you eliminate the countries that don't actually use those laws, then like you're throwing the dart thing still seems really shallow, because again, Doobie's trying to extrapolate this to all Muslims when it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Wait, hold on. Because death isn't the only thing they can do to you. They can throw you in prison. In the majority of Muslim countries, you can still get thrown in prison for being homosexual.
There's still very few countries that even do that.
I don't know what we're arguing.
What I
said was the majority of the Muslim world criminalizes homosexuality, criminalizes apostasy. I'm not making a statement.
Oh, it's apostasy. Shit. Sorry, the thing I was seeing was on apostasy, not on criminalization of homosexuality. I'd have to find that still.
Okay, so all I'm saying is I'm not making a statement of all Muslims globally. I'm saying within these states, the majority of the Muslim world is worse. You would be worse off living there than you would be living in a Western country. It's a qualitative difference that we can all agree on, or we should all be able to agree on.
But not if you're a Muslim.
His point, though. That's not the reason he's saying it, though. He's not saying that for just to point out that there are flaws in other cultures. He's literally trying to point out flaws in other cultures so that he can suggest that they don't exist.
No, he's saying they don't exist.
So yeah, I'm not. So I'm not saying.
Oh no, he said cultural genocide. That means eliminating them.
So to be clear, I think we need to be clear about what we mean by cultural genocide, because even people in here agreed earlier.
Clear about cultural genocide. Yeah, you can clear that up. Yeah, you can clear that up for us.
Well, you should be clear on it.
It's clear from the two words.
Why do you keep saying clear?
It's not.
Paul, we should establish a shared definition.
Yeah, people in here said earlier, right? They agreed, and I don't agree with this, right? But people in here agreed that assimilation is a form of cultural genocide. Suggesting that another culture needs to assimilate to your beliefs and practices is a form of cultural genocide.
To be fair, I don't think anyone said. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, so we need to be clear about what we're saying when we use these words, because I don't know. Well, so by that definition, right? Like suggesting any change to these cultures. Even if the majority of their beliefs and practices.
Are you saying assimilate them or genocide them? Which one are you saying to do?
Paul, he's using the definition that was used during this conversation, which is assimilation.
So he switched to assimilation. Okay,
no, that's what he was responding to, as far as from what I've just understood.
Oh, I see. He backpedaled out the quicksand of literally genociding people into assimilation, and y'all helped him do it. It's all good.
The point is that we can't agree what methods of assimilation cross the line.
It's not assimilation. Genocide is not assimilation. Genocide is genocide.
I've been so could I kind of like rock it into my space here?
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
I should stop talking. Go ahead.
So right now I'm sorry, I had some stuff written down, but I guess I'll address this. Right now, there is an extreme amount of conversation about what is happening right now in the Xinjiang province of China. There is a lot of things the Chinese government has confirmed, and many people say that it is okay for them to do the things, like force people to go to certain schools of de-radicalization. Some people call this cultural genocide. It is obvious that, as I think the quote that I got from Jack, which was quite earlier, was natural process of cultural assimilation. We can't really agree on what that is. No human beings can. Some say that when we, for example, make kids go to school, if we enforce public school and teach kids about LGBT, that's teaching LGBT ideology or gender ideology, as the Catholic Church calls it. To segue into the rest, so that's, we have to recognize that it is reasonable to be confused and to have a disagreement about what this means. This is something that is a big disagreement amongst many reasonable parties. To further on to my point, I'll put that into, I'll kind of go into what I want to talk about. When we're comparing cultures, which I do think has a limited use, but I think does have a use, we have to, and I think that people have pointed out, I think this is what Jack was pointing out when I first got in here, is we need to remember what values we are comparing. We cannot just compare America to Iran. That is ridiculous. That is completely too broad. But we have to recognize that when we are making these comparisons, we are going to make generalizations. As we talked about with, say, Irish culture, which is unique from British culture and is unique from German culture, it itself is a hodgepodge. The people that make up the Irish people are atheists, Catholics, Protestants, socialists, unionists, nationalists. And 1,000 years ago, before the Danish invasion of Ireland, there really wasn't a lot of agreement on what Ireland was. It was a bunch of very disunified tribes. From my perspective, culture is, and in the context of this conversation, culture is a complicated mix of social habits, laws, and behaviors. It is an inherent generalization. 1950s American culture was as much the white picket fence hetero couple as it was the gay person first coming into, William S. Burroughs kind of first coming into their sexuality, the birth of the gay rights movement. I think that we need to focus, like I said, on the values of the comparisons of the society. For example, this conversation has been very heavily focused on homosexuality. I think that we need to, if we want to, compare the reasons that one country has anti-homosexual laws, how homosexuality has expressed itself in, say, America versus, say, Iran or Saudi Arabia, and go from there. We can agree that homosexuality is not something that should be persecuted. How can we best advocate for that in the various places in the world? That's what I think we should focus on. I think that's all I wanted to get to.
Okay, go ahead, Ninetales.
So yeah, actually, building off of what Kobe said, without doing any statistical analysis, I can point to you the linking factor across all of these countries that criminalize LGBT stuff or even apostasy, it's that they're not secular. That's what we're doing right, is that we're secular. Other than that, like if someone came to my country and that country that they're from criminalized LGBT stuff, I'm not going to assume that they're coming to my country because they believe that. They're probably coming there because they don't identify with that culture and they want to live somewhere that is maybe secular, maybe just better in general. That this is what like immigration is for. So like assimilation is it really is just like some sort of supremacy thing. Now I agree, and I didn't get to say, like, there are cases where, like, yeah, if you come here and you're an extremist who thinks that, like, if you see a homosexual on the street you should throw them off the roof, and that's an extremist, mind you, then maybe they need some sort of help, but I don't think they need their culture assimilated.
Okay. All right, so this is a quick pause in what's happening here, just so you guys know, hey, we got a lot of people who are in here right now. In case you are new to the channel, we have this conversation all the time. Right now we're having a walk-on panel. All these people are members of my audience. We started talking about like Western versus Western culture, whatever that fucking means, versus Muslim, the Muslim culture, and cultural relativism and all this. Came in. It's been a really interesting conversation. We have these all the time. So if any of this sounds interesting to you, please give me a follow. And also for the people out there who are enjoying this, and you aren't currently sub, please sub to this channel. That's how we keep this content coming to you. If you happen to have Amazon Prime, well, that sub can be free. So please use your Twitch Prime here on the channel to keep this content coming. Also, you can donate subs, which is a great option. Help us fill up this meter above my head. And then beyond that, if you scroll down right below the screen here, you'll find a PayPal button. Please use that. That helps power this channel, keeps this content coming to you 6 days a week. 6 days a week, a lot of content coming your way. But I can't do it without your help. So thank you very much for that. And for those who can't, you can, at the very least, watch this 30-second ad. All right. Or maybe 60-second. I don't see the 30-second button anymore. Oh, well. Oh, well. That's how it goes. Back to this. Well, Doobie, you haven't gotten a chance to jump back in on any of this interests you?
Yeah, I just don't understand. I think who was it? Iram said it earlier, that there's like this tendency to have like this knee-jerk reaction, this allergic reaction to the word genocide. But I want to be very clear, just in case it wasn't clear already. I'm not advocating for killing people or hurting people. All I'm saying is that some cultures are worse than my culture, and I don't have a problem with imposing my culture on them through peaceful means, of course. Hopefully economic means, through trade. Now, if getting back to China, right? If I don't really see again, if I were one of these Uyghur Muslims, of course I wouldn't like this being done to me. I wouldn't like being scooped up and put into some education camp where I'm told that all my beliefs are incorrect and my God isn't real. Of course I wouldn't like that. But it seems to me like the reason China's doing this is because they believe that helping these people assimilate, forcing these people to assimilate in this way, is going to lead to better outcomes for them and their children down the road. And either way, it's not really my business, right? This is China. So it is what it is.
Can I ask you something?
Depends. I mean, I wouldn't be okay with it, but there are plenty of instances. There are plenty of instances across the planet where governments have killed their people recently. Right now, are killing their people. I don't think it makes sense to morally. I think it's a bad thing, but at the national level, it doesn't make sense pragmatically for the United States to get involved anytime we think something bad is happening.
Do you think so, Riverboat? Do you think military intervention is ever justified?
I gotta ask now, how is for everything we've been talking about imposing? So would we not? Is literally the question not just should we impose our culture and our values on China militarily? Is that not literally the genocide, everything we've just been discussing? And are you saying like should we do that to China right now?
I don't.
It's more should China be doing that?
They're not killing millions of people though.
Yeah.
So,
Well, so
did you support the Iraqi invasion then? Because Saddam Hussein genocided Kurdish people, killed millions. Yes. I mean, Saddam Hussein's regime killed Kurds for decades. We established a no-fly zone over Iraq after the Gulf War, and Saddam Hussein shot at our planes every day and used chemical weapons on Kurdish people. That's interesting.
So we'll go to Doobie. We'll go to Anna, or sorry, Ashley, excuse me, and then to Ninetales. All right.
Yeah, so I think you get into sticky territory when you say that, like, if this nation starts killing its own citizens, we need to get involved, or we should get involved, because that will lead us. That gives us a reason to invade. Sudan, North Korea, Iraq again, Burma. There are plenty of countries in the world. Syria. There are plenty of countries in the world today that are killing their own people, right, unjustifiably. So. Yeah, I think that we can think this is a bad thing to do. I'd agree that states shouldn't kill their own people. I don't like civilians dying, but just pragmatically, it just doesn't make sense to get involved anytime a bad thing is happening somewhere in the world. If it makes sense to our national interests, yeah, we should definitely do it. If it doesn't, then it's too bad.
Okay. Then we'll go to. I'm sorry, who was next on the list? I said Ashley, and then I will go to Ninetales.
Well, my point was going to be for Doobie about something he said earlier about first about Muslims, and then I'll get into the China thing quickly.
Could you get close to your mic? You're really low.
Hello? Better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. What it was about the same-sex thing in Muslim countries is only 6 of the Muslim countries actually had a law that you could be put to death in the Middle East that we're talking about. Only 6 of those major countries had a law that actually put to death. 8 countries allowed same-sex relationships, and a few of them had restrictive laws but didn't punish you to death. And Doobie was trying to bounce out of it, but he said he wasn't advocating for cultural genocide when he started the entire thing with cultural genocide.
So to be clear, I'm advocating for cultural genocide. I think Islam and Christianity are bad, and we should make it illegal for parents to indoctrinate their children into these death cults. So yeah, if you consider that cultural genocide, then yeah, I advocate for it.
That's not cultural genocide. That's reform.
No one said that was cultural genocide.
No,
Doobie is saying that is
make it illegal, yeah.
Right. Well, making something illegal is not cultural genocide. Reforming things through law is not cultural genocide. Cultural genocide is when you forcibly destroy people's culture and forcibly assimilate them. What you're talking about is small reforms. Cultural genocide is not outlining one small part of religion. It is completely upending these people's way of lives.
He's saying, he's not saying small parts. He's saying the whole thing.
Right.
You're changing his words.
Okay, religion is a small part of people's lives.
California Grizzly, I think you're making his argument too weak. He wants it gone.
Yeah, I think again, I'll repeat it. Islam and Christianity are bad. I think they're death cults. I don't think in the modern day there's any benefit that's derived from allowing children and parents in institutions to indoctrinate their children into these religions. So if I could, I would make them both illegal. I would make it illegal to do that, to brainwash your children to think they're demons and devils and they're going to get tortured forever if they do a bad thing.
Right. Okay. That is not inherently cultural genocide. It depends on how you would enforce it.
Can I ask, outside of like religious beliefs, what other cultures would you like to genocide?
Well, the thing is, I think most of the negative aspects of cultures that I can think of are actually at the core come from religious beliefs. Like even that example I brought up earlier, right, where this tribe believed that children need to ingest semen to become strong men. That existed because of their religion. Their religion taught them that, So, yeah, I think these two religions are forces for bad in the world, for evil in the world, and yeah, I think we should phase them out. And thankfully, it looks like we are. Right? Atheism is growing as a belief as a belief system, and I hope that keeps happening.
Can I ask you a question, Doobie?
Of course.
You keep talking about Christianity and Muslims, but what about Hindus? Do you have any? Because Hindus have been enforcing a lot of laws and have been killing Muslims for not following religion. Do you think that the Hindus should be genocide?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Hindus, right? There are Buddhists, right? Who are currently attacking, killing Muslims. I think in Burma, if I remember correctly. I need to pull up the exact country. So yeah, I mean, I don't think people should be killed for their belief systems. I think it's a bad thing. So yeah, I would say that if those belief systems encourage that, then yeah, they should be phased out.
I have a question.
I don't have a problem with religion. I don't have a problem with religion as a concept. Just the specific religions that kind of encourage or teach people from birth, right, from the time they're children, to behave in ways that hurt other people, I think are bad and should be phased out.
What about political ideologies?
The BJP, just to answer the question about Hinduism, the BJP, which is the ruling party of India, is one of the most despicable, warmongering parties on earth. I think it's called Hindutva. I can't remember the idea of Hindu nationalism. It's called is one of the most destructive ideologies on earth, and I absolutely believe that we should do everything we can to push against the idea of Hindu nationalism. It is a horrible thing that is causing an incredible amount of damage. Yes, absolutely. Hinduism. I personally agree with Doobie. Most people's criticism of religion does not stop with Abrahamic. It goes all the way around.
Yeah.
I will finish my last thing about that. Is I do agree it's the Hindu thing. Actually, the Hindu thing has gone way out of control, where Hindu extremists have started to kill even Indians who are Hindu and supporters of, for example, Gandhi. But I will also say that the issue is cultural genocide. Various accounts of cultural genocide has never gone well. If we look at the cultural genocide of the Native Americans or the cultural genocide of Muslims in various countries, it never ends well and it doesn't help anyone. If anything, it just hurts them and gets a lot of people killed.
This is what I was trying to explain.
Paul, before I go, can I? I'm going to step away for like 5 minutes. I'm just going to make some coffee. I'll still be listening on my phone, but I won't be able to respond. So you can feel free to yell at me. I'm sorry hearing you.
I don't know. I'm over it. I'm over it. I was just commenting.
I'll be right back. I love you, Paul. I'll be right back.
Much love.
So I think the reason why people are not taking the term genocide very seriously in this conversation is, and I've asked this multiple times in chat, no one can give what a definition of when does reform become genocide. No one can do this.
Right. The issue here is that cultural genocide, even within academic circles, doesn't have a precise definition. It's still contested.
Yeah, I can't equate the word. I can't equate the sentence you're asking me. You're asking me, when does reforming laws to make sure we don't have a discrimination against homosexuals in the Middle East, when does that become cultural genocide? I can't equate that question. To me, that's not.
How much should we enforce this? How much would we enforce this? If there is a mosque that's teaching extreme
the American military?
The American state, absolutely, yes, the American government. If there's a mosque or a church or a Pastafarian meeting that are promoting extreme, execution of homosexuals,
well, I understand your question, and I don't know that I can logistically answer that at the second. To be honest with you,
that's totally fair.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Right. I think it comes in when you see that. You're removing the freedom for people to practice their culture or religion, where maybe if it's in your country, and it's not due to any objective detriment to the quality of life that the victims of that, that can be. You'd have to show that before you could start justifying reform based on that. So if you're just doing it just cause, and there's no substantial basis for it, then I think you're doing more genocide than reform.
Well, they obviously think they have a substantial basis for it. People don't do things without some kind of reason that makes sense.
No, I'm saying you have to show a basis for the idea that their culture is doing objective harm.
Here's the problem, though. This is why we get into this idea of cultures overriding other cultures. Some cultures don't care about empiricism. Some cultures just believe things. Some cultures believe that the Quran is literally the ideas of the creator of existence transmitted into human speech.
Well, I'm using empiricism to come to this conclusion. So
if you agree that we are now forcing the idea of empiricism onto this culture, that's people would take problem with
when
that.
you have to do that to eliminate the harm caused to victims. Yes.
But
when you have to genocide, according to you,
they would just argue that.
No, I'm saying that's reform. I'm saying that's reform. When there is an objective harm, you can eliminate.
That is the answer to the question of when does it become that way, and it becomes that way when you don't like something. Like if you want something, then it's reform, and if you don't want something, it's cultural genocide.
No,
and
that's not what I said.
what it comes down to. Well, I know that's not what you said, but that's how it's being used.
No, not here. I was definitely using that standard the whole time. And
what are some methods that are absolutely cultural genocide that could never be constituted as reform? Could we maybe get to there?
Yeah, sure. The destruction of cultural artifacts such as books, artwork,
Confederate statues.
The destruction of cultural groups' language, like the various Native American languages we destroyed to turn them less into set from what we call savages.
Indigenous schools.
Yeah, there's no culturally
forced re-education. Forced re-education.
To ask a question, exactly to answer. Well, hold on though. Forced re-education in America, I think that I don't think we should have public or a private school, and I don't think we should have homeschool. You should have to go to a public school, in my opinion. And I think that we should do things like sex education that includes trans people. What if people say that it's part of my culture that men are men, women are women, and that this is impeding on my culture? Is that okay? That would by definition be
I think you need like an invading force to be doing that. If that's internal, then that's a different thing altogether.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that? Or you cut out for me right at the beginning.
I think when it's like internal, then it's not the same thing. Like there has to be an oppressive force that is not
the American state would be the oppressive force, right? I
don't think that's the same thing.
There's a difference between talking about that in America and talking about doing it overseas. This is our nation. We live here. We can discuss doing all the changes we want here. But if you go if you're talking about literally intervening in another nation, that's a whole different talk.
So why would America has 100% committed cultural genocide against its people, especially the indigenous people, and China is committing cultural genocide against the Uyghurs. What is this? When a state does it to its own people, it's not cultural genocide.
Then you have a cultural difference. You have an observable cultural difference there when it does it to its own people, and it's the Native Americans.
You know what? I think it's okay. Here's my hot take. It's okay for everyone to go to a public school and learn stuff that is based on empirical science and evidence, etc., etc. If they want to go to an after-school program at their local whatever, whether it's a mosque, synagogue, church, whether it is a center for indigenous beliefs, I am totally fine with that. As long as you are getting a baseline education in actual fundamental reality, I don't care if you're getting other kinds of education in a different belief system that may or may not be empirical. And like, I don't think that that is a position that is on par with like, you know, forced re-education in indigenous schools. I reject.
I know it just seems like what is the fundamental difference between a indigenous school and forcing, say, indigenous people to go to a class or a group? I mean, it doesn't matter. Just a class or sorry, a group like to go to a class to go to a classroom and teach things that go against
a public school. Like you mean a
public school? Yeah, a public school. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, like obviously, like
an indigenous school had like the directive of like kill the savage, save the child. Like they were given directives to actually educate out like and punish children who were exercising like their native languages or or who weren't speaking English, to eliminate any kind of their cultural practices that may have been occurring outside of the classroom. These were directives directly linked to eliminating their cultural experiences and their links with the parents, their grandparents, and their people's history. This is why we've lost so much indigenous history in the North America, South America, etc. It's because a lot of it was oral, a lot of it was passed on culturally, and it was completely obliterated by indigenous schooling programs, specifically for the purpose of obliterating it.
I don't know. I feel like you could make a really good argument that even if you had a school that was not abusive, that was its main goal was not to do this, you could still make the argument that we have to impose our culture of empiricism, of trans rights, etc., onto cultures that don't care about that if we were to in our society. And that seems to be that's just it's like part of it. So I want to let other people. I don't want to take the
so the only response I would have to that is that maybe you could make an argument for that, but I think it's a far cry from imposing like a school that systematically destroys a culture. When you also have like you can go to an after school program and pursue these things, and you're not going to be actively like persecuted in your public school for talking in like a native language. Like you can make arguments for these things, but I don't think that they're equivalent.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Simon. Thanks for jumping in. Really appreciate it. All right. Man, this discussion has been pretty wild. Brento Box, did you want to add anything? Iram, did you guys, either one of you want to add something?
No, I mean, I feel like I got to give my take fairly well.
Okay. Iram?
I have a question for Doobie. I'm not sure if he's back yet.
Yeah. Okay.
When he comes back, I'd just like to ask him a question, that's all.
Sure. We'll go to Stella, then we'll go to Simon.
Okay. Kobe, I had a question for you, particularly about your comment about homeschooling and public schools. You mentioned that... sorry. You mentioned...
Oh, yeah, just saying yes.
Okay, you mentioned something about... what was your opinion on homeschooling again?
Oh yeah, I think homeschooling and public schools should be banned. I think every single child in America should have to go to a public school for whatever I don't know how many years, but kindergarten through high school.
Okay, slightly misunderstood what you were saying, but the thing about homeschooling is whether or not I completely disagree or agree. I do not agree that also public schooling is necessarily a perfect option either, because the issue is public schooling, while not as bad as residential schools, have a lot of faults. Public schools were not, many of our school systems were not designed to properly educate people. They were designed to make factory workers, and we still haven't updated that enough. The issue is also there's a lot of misinformation and bias, particularly I have noticed in the Canadian and American systems about how they teach history. And many schools also did basically justify the Native American genocide. And the thing about residential schools is, you asked why they're different. Residential schools were very much different because honestly, I would not even call them a school. They were not designed to educate. They were designed to torture and punish. They were trying to wipe out a culture. Every case of a residential school, there was massive rape, sexual assault by the nuns to the children, and anytime a Native American said anything, pastor or nun would tend to beat them. Most records come out that they were pretty much told that their parents were savages.
So just to address your point about public schools, that's called a nirvana fallacy, right? So every single school system is going to have problems, biases, misinformation, bad teachers, sexual assault. That's just is going to happen. We have to understand that we have to look at sort of personally, I believe, my opinion is we have to look at through a kind of utility, right? The outcomes. Public schools, private schools, disproportionately benefit the rich. Somebody was saying in the chat, charter schools disproportionately benefit the rich, and I believe that public schools, homeschooling allows for people to give their child insane, ridiculous ideas. I don't think it's fair for a kid to be brought up in the idea that I don't know, we can fill in the blank whatever extremist ideology here. I think it's not fair for a person, maybe a gay kid or a trans kid, to be told that they're evil and wrong and never get anybody outside information. I think we should intervene and do that. Yeah.
So you think the answer to that is that everyone should have to go to public school, period?
Yes.
Why do the rich deserve a better education?
Well, because they can pay for it.
Well, okay. Well, so in the system, they can do that because of the rules. Should people be able to use their material wealth to further their education, or should your education be something that is equally distributed to all people, regardless of their social position?
Of course,
they're not the one paying for it; it's their parents paying for it. You don't choose your fucking spawn point. You don't choose if you get born to a rich family.
Absolutely, people should be able to pay for a better education, of course.
Okay, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Kobe. So you're saying that the public schooling would be compulsory, but I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem with a family that can afford it, hiring maybe a personal tutor to come in and help their kid with their algebra homework.
Yes, precisely. Yes, yeah. If you want to do that, exactly, precisely. But the schooling, you can't go to special rich kid school. You go to the school that's down the street.
Yeah.
I do agree with the private school thing that Kobe brought up. I do not believe private schools are good. We should not be segregating people based on how much money they have. People should all be getting a education that is of decent quality. I disagree with the banning of homeschooling, though. And I'm not saying all schools are bad or necessarily. I was saying that schools need a reform.
Right, but
we can have a reform and not have homeschools, right? And even if, for example, you have a kid that has maybe disabled and needs to stay at home, that's totally fine. We can have schools. We've seen this with COVID, right? We can have schools that accommodate that, right? No one should be able to give their kid their own special education, period.
Largely, oh, sorry.
So hold on. Simon never got a chance to say anything. So I want Simon to be able to get a chance to jump in. And I'm going to jump in on public education. It's not something we talk about here often, but it's something that I'm pretty passionate about. Go ahead, Simon.
Okay, first of all, are we talking about the culture thing or schooling now? What is the
topic?
We jumped so fast. Okay, schooling. There should be. I should say that well, I live in a country that only has one schooling system, like only public schools mostly, and even the few private schools have to teach the same shit than every other school. So I think having the same standard of what you teach in school should be like universal in one country. Of course, when you have a huge country like the United States, you can teach like some local stuff about your state, but like you cannot like have different tracks in different schools. So it's like insane to me. Then also, I don't agree that you. I think people should be able to. So when you have standardized schooling and everybody gets the same like quality of schooling, the goal there is to like level out the chances in life, no matter how much money do you have, and that's why schooling should be available for everyone. Is it free or affordable or subsidized for poor people? Any kind of way, the same level of education should be available to everyone.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Say it again. I didn't. What was that last part? What was the question you asked?
The same standard of schooling should be available to everyone. Is it then free or just like affordable for everyone? Like either way, it just should be done. You know.
Yeah. I think. Well, in my opinion, Yes, I think school is the great equalizer. I guess it's the Brento, and I'm not sure if
Yes,
Iron.
because like when you allow like rich people to like buy different better schooling, like you start to like isolate. Like the problem is like then the type of like education that people get, you're like basically inheriting that from your like parents, and there will always be like differences between schools, depending on the teachers, for example. But like like systems like in my country, like many schools are like the barrier of entry is your skill and not your money. Like what you have. It's like how
you're in Finland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Finland is the one that banned almost all their private schools, right? Or maybe all of them.
We have private schools. They're very rare, but they have to teach the same stuff, and they are like subsidized. Oh, actually, like depends on what like level of education, but the lower ones are like subsidized, so you don't have to pay much at all when you go there in the first place. It's really weird. I have to look into like I don't know anybody who has gone to a private school like personally, but it's odd. They have like some differences in like the way they teach, but like the stuff is the same. Teachers have the same education as other teachers, of course, too.
Okay,
Yeah.
so go ahead, Jack, please.
I was just gonna chime in to just like there's also a lot of benefits to having at the very least severe limits on private schooling, just because it forces people of all classes to mix together. So and that's something that's really, really valuable, especially because as life goes on, different people's lives take different directions. Some people do better, some people do worse. But by mixing children from wealthy families with children from less wealthy families, you actually see more class mobility, because social networks tend to be more valuable than actual skill sets when it comes to like corporate business world. So it's a way that has a lot of knock-on benefits to society.
Yeah. And you might be surprised when I totally agree with you. I don't think we should allow the rich to separate themselves from the rest of the country. And if rich people have a problem with that, they want their kids to have like some kind of elite education, pay more tax money. Fund those schools that everyone else is going to.
Well, they do. They already pay for those schools.
Yeah.
Not well enough.
They're already rich don't pay their fair share. The rich use every tax loophole in the book. Their tax rate is the lowest it's ever been. And what little money we do collect in taxes goes right back to them because that's all our government cares about.
Based Grizzly.
Education is funded by property taxes. Any given rich person will pay the property tax on their house that everyone else will, whether they send their kids to private school or not.
Okay,
right. Right, but that's at a local basis. Rich people don't live in poor neighborhoods, so even the public schools they do fund aren't normally accessible to the poor, the people that need them.
We just changed that. Fund public schools through not property tax.
Yes.
Yeah, you could change the way that you fund public schools. I just think I don't think you should take away someone's right to give their child the best education possible. I think and then be like, well, you're giving them a better education than other kids.
Well, think of it this way. If the rich have to send their kids to public school, wouldn't their money then to make sure that their kid is getting the best education possible be going into that public school?
Their money's already going through tax.
Wouldn't they spend more to make sure that school has everything it needs?
They would voluntarily pay more taxes? I don't think so.
I mean, not more taxes,
well,
but like there are different ways to support schools, whether through like school fundraisers, making sure that there are school supplies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And to be clear, they're already voluntarily paying more money to send their kids to private school. Right? It's not like they can just like opt out of property taxes.
Yeah, I think like Tucker Carlson's private school was like $150 for his middle school was like $155,000 a year.
He went to boarding school.
Yeah,
like Dead Poet Society.
Yeah, so like when I'm talking about like rich people making sure that their kids have good education, what if that $155,000 was instead going into a public school that actually helped other kids too, who weren't filthy rich?
Mm-hmm. It helps other kids too.
Yeah.
They are filthy rich, but yeah, it helps the other kids at that school too, though.
Who are already coming from wealthy families.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, honestly, I actually benefited from what Benderbox is talking about. I'm the very slim. I grew up poor, but I grew up in a place in the Monterey County, which is a very rich area. And I went to a fucking based as fuck school. We had teachers that were well paid within reason, and they could take time to talk to me about shit. It was awesome, right? But the fact of the matter is like Jack saying, vast majority of people fucking do not have that. Right. And I would argue maybe this is just my socialist part of me talking too much. But if you're going to talk about, well, the right to give your kid a better education, what about the right of a poor family to not be able to give their kid an education because the system is fucking stacked against them?
Yeah. In addition, right?
Meant something different from that statement. The right of a poor family to not give their kid an education. Sorry,
they're not able to. You're saying they
sarcastic. Hold on, Doobie.
No.
I apologize because my attention's been split in many different directions. I want to know your point exactly because I want to know if you're the final boss here. Because usually you are. What was your point against for or against private education? Are you saying that they should be able to pay like Brento and have a better one, or what was your point?
Me? No, I agree with Kobe. I think that public schooling should be compulsory. If you want to give your kid additional tutoring outside of that and pay for a private tutor, go for it. But they need to go to public school, right? I think that, and again, if the rich are unhappy with the quality of the public schools, pay more tax money. Advocate to fund public schools with things that aren't property taxes. I think that, that's and again, there are other benefits, right? I actually had this on the tip of my tongue before you spoke. God damn it! I'll think of it later. No, it's okay. But I was going to agree with Jack, right? That what do you mean? I'm a nice person. What the fuck? Like I'm the opposite of Kobe, right? So sort of, I grew up very poor, ghetto ass East LA, went to a really shitty public school. All my public schools were shit. And I graduated high school unironically by seducing my summer school teacher. So I've gotten to where I am, not through like, this great quality education. It's literally through bootstrap shit, right? So but I'm like I understand that I got really lucky, and just in terms of like my father and whatnot. He's a hard worker. He taught me to be a hard worker, and that's something that I've carried throughout my entire life. A lot of kids in these areas don't have that benefit. They don't have a father around. If their father is around, he's working his ass off 24/7, and he can't be around to raise them. The same with the mother, right? There are plenty of mothers who work 2-3 jobs to support their families. So I don't think if we want people to get out of these situations, if the rich are so upset about paying for welfare and WIC and food stamps and all this shit, they should want to push forward policies that get people out of poverty. And we know that better educations gets more people out of poverty. So there you go.
Okay, this is amazing. Well, Doobie, I know you're a nice guy. I keep telling people you're a nice guy.
Look, I came in the panel one time. I came in here one time and turned him into a socialist.
That's how it works. That's how it works. But yeah, Doobie, we're on. I think our views are almost like identical. This is amazing. I love it. So Brento, you're my enemy. You're the one that I'm here to destroy. Brento, also another really great guy. Brento, yeah, dude, I can't disagree with you more. Education is a great equalizer, especially within a democracy. If we do not have people with equal education, and without a doubt, you cannot fully take place or take part within our society, especially even deciding on your leaders, something as basic as that, right? Deciding truth versus fact. I mean, we're seeing this play out at this moment and this pandemic, right? There's some people having a better grasp of biology, right? And medical science and others, right? Like, these things matter, right? And having the most basic level of education from the get-go, that's how we equalize these things. That's how we fight these things from the very beginning. And I would go farther than that, maybe farther than Doobie might actually split for me here, though, is that I would say that college needs to be free as well, right? Like, that has to also be free, because we have a situation where we have a split electorate, I guess, a split citizenry, where increasingly there's a class that has this access to education and a class that can never hope to attain it, right? And it's not because they lack skill; it's simply because they lack money, right? And to Doobie's previous point, yes, these private schools allow the rich to check out of the system, right? So then they don't have to care at all what happens to the public school right across the street, right? So there was a moment in time, right? The black-white education gap. In case you guys don't know, within the U.S., between African Americans and white Americans, there's an education achievement gap, right? And it's been stubborn and just doesn't want to disappear, right? So people have been trying, thinking all kinds of ways to do this, right? Bill Gates, he threw a lot of money at the problem, right? He was saying, oh, well, we just have to have these, not private schools, charter schools, charter schools, right? We'll just add these charter schools, and they'll figure out a new way of teaching, right? And they'll do it. Well, they didn't. In fact, his experiment was a complete failure, right? His charter school. He, literally, according to a report that he put out from the Rand Corporation, it was a complete failure. And he just quietly said, oh, fuck it, right? Whatever. Even though I just redirected education in America across the country for a decade and a half. It was a failed experiment, so I'm just gonna walk away from it. Okay, whatever. So people keep trying to think of what are these weird ways that we could do to help African Americans break that achievement mold. Here's the thing, though, it already happened. One time, one shining moment in this country, we saw that education gap shrink to its lowest level, right? That was when we were doing school busing. School busing in America, which is when black kids from black neighborhoods were shipped to white neighborhoods to go to white schools, and vice versa, when white children were sent to black schools, right? All of a sudden, overnight, right? These schools, these black schools that never have seen any funding previously, right? Who had broken down gyms, who had unpaved driveways, who had textbooks that were falling apart. Overnight, those funds became available. While that happened, the people with power will all of a sudden have the skin in the game, right? The people who were going to be listened to, all of a sudden could say, well, once they saw their kids going to that school, right? They're like, well, now it's got to change. Now it's a problem. So you can extrapolate that to society as a whole, and those private schools as well. There are so many rich people, right, who do not give a shit what's happening in public school education. In fact, they're happy to demonize it, right? But if their children were forced to take part in public school, then without a doubt, things would change. Then once they see their kids having to deal with the terrible state of the public schools, then they'd be asking Congress to increase funding rather than decrease it, as they always do. That's my rant. All right,
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And you know what? On top of that, you know what? There's a famous race riot over school busing, I believe, in Boston. I might be wrong on the city, but it was white people rioting over the fact that their children had to be bused to black schools. The backlash in this country has been against policies the entire way that would actually solve this gap. And I think it continues to this day when it comes to private schooling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd actually be really curious to hear I don't know if Brent, if you're a Republican or conservative. I've never heard a good argument against what Prime said, what Jack and Kovia said.
Sure.
Because to me, because I consider myself a pretty nationalistic person, and to me, that means taking care of people in your nation, right? That means, hey, if we want to help these people out of poverty, if we're tired of welfare and these people constantly needing handouts, we should do things to help them get out of poverty, which would be bettering their education, making it free to go to college so they can get higher education and get a good job, right? So we kind of end the fucking cycle of poverty that these people get stuck into. So I don't understand why Republicans or conservatives would oppose that.
Sure. Well, so I went to private school pretty much my whole life, and I went to public school for my last year of high school. And I can just tell you the difference between the two schools that I went to, or the two things I experienced, were not so much just in my personal case, I'm not saying it's the case across the nation, we're not funding. It was just expectations. It was workload. It was the kind of grade you had to pull. It was the results of, like if you were selling drugs or if you did something bad in like the private school, you're out. You're kicked out. You can't sell drugs in this school. You're gone, right? They can't do that at a public school because that's where everyone has to go. You have to go there. And basically there's public schools are where people basically have to go. And since people have to go to these schools, then they can't enforce a sort of like a strict standard, like a strict standard of like academic like rigor. And that is one of the primary things that makes the difference between the public and the private, is that the private schools are voluntary. Like you do have to pay to go there. You can't just go there, I guess, if you're not paying. So that in that sense, you could say, no, it's not voluntary because people would choose to. But if you don't get the correct grades, you can get kicked out. If you are too disruptive, you can get kicked out. And they can't apply that kind of pressure at a public school. It's just not capable.
Right, and nor should they be able to. The state shouldn't be able to deny you education because you make a mistake.
Exactly.
Children,
you're
right. Children, yeah.
Kelly, you're agreeing with me. I understand. Yeah, I'm saying that is the difference.
No, you're saying that's a problem. I'm saying that's not a problem.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying that is the difference between a school that can apply rigorous standards and a school that can't.
Okay, so if it's not a problem, why are you bringing it up to say that that's what makes private schools superior?
Because that's why private schools exist.
Wait,
You're the one
why,
saying, you guys are the ones saying it's a problem that private schools exist. I'm saying it's not.
Wait, but Brento, don't you think that the reason these issues exist, right? We have lower standards in a lot of public schools, has to do with the fact that a lot of these schools currently are underfunded. A lot of classrooms are too big. A lot of these kids don't have access to basic materials, so they're not getting good educations there, right? So if that's the issue, then the solution should be to give them money to put the wealthy. I don't like to demonize the wealthy. I'd like to be very wealthy someday. Put them in a position where they need to care about what's going on in the public schools, right? Where they can't promote people. We're constantly trying to pull money from them every fucking year.
But in these Bill Gates schools, I'm sure they had plenty of money, but the performance gap didn't shrink.
Well, no, the problem was they reformatted their entire educational curriculum around getting these grants. And so some of them did get the grants, but it wasn't like enough money to completely overhaul their entire budget. It wasn't like equal to their school budget in any way. So it didn't meaningfully shrink the gap, because also the entire curriculum was based around what Bill Gates thought was better and not what actual teachers thought was better. So like it's just it was a wrong-headed approach to education and like targeting for education. So of course it didn't fix the gap.
And beyond that, a lot of these issues are even like generational, right? Like if you're a kid going to a public school in a very poor area, chances are your parents went there too, right? Or went to some other poor public school. So they might not have a good education themselves. They might not have an appreciation of education that they should. So they're not going to be instilling that in their children. Right? So this is like generational. These are generational issues that can take a long time to work out. That doesn't mean we shouldn't start.
So on the question of, maybe we all agree that public schools need to be brought up to a higher level. They need to be better equipped, and the gap between white and black needs to narrow. But why does that conversation include abolishing private school? If we could say that, if we could just wave a magic wand and public schools have all the funding they could ever need, would we still not want private schools to exist?
Right. So as long as there's a two-tiered education system, one of them will always be worse. You cannot provide the best education to your populace if you have a two-tiered system.
Okay, but Grizzly, you're not trying to. I mean, you're saying like you can't provide the best education possible as long as you have two tiers, right? But then you're also not necessarily providing the best education possible with one tier. You're just only allowing people to get one.
Well, so
and it's by default best, even if it sucks.
So part of the problem is that when you have a two-tiered situation like this, what ends up happening is that the rich start advocating that they should get subsidized by taxpayers. Like their schools should get subsidized by taxpayer money.
Well,
and so
I don't
then,
know.
I'm not saying that though. I'm just saying.
But then you like what I'm saying is in the real world, like your hypothetical doesn't exist, because what ends up happening is that the rich wind up wanting their schools also subsidized by the state via a voucher system.
I'm not arguing that though. I'm just wondering if the panel in general would have a problem with, like, say, public schools are right where we want them. Private schools shouldn't be allowed to exist either way.
Why would you want a private school?
Well, what if you're religious, or what if you have a speciality like art? Or
why can't that be like an after-school program?
That's actually the I think what got us onto the topic of private schools is Kobe brought up religious private schools, right? And Kobe said that they shouldn't be a thing, and I totally agree.
Yeah.
So,
you can have specialties between schools and have them be in public schools. This usually maybe after I don't know how to translate this, like upper middle school, like if your high schools have different specializations, they can all be public still. This depends on which school you apply for and try to get into.
Also, what if you would like a sex segregated school?
Tough.
Or like a military school?
It's too bad.
Right, I know, but
military school should be public.
So listen, I'm not personally advocating for any one of these schools. I'm just saying the option existing at all being barred seems bizarre to me.
Well, I don't think it's bizarre. So, we could take sex segregated schools, right? I think if we really dug into it, we could probably find that a lot of negative outcomes and beliefs come from these sex segregated schools where children just don't interact with the opposite sex every day, right? So they're not allowed to. So maybe
we're getting off track though. I'm not saying. Look, each individual case we may have pros and cons for. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the existence of private education writ large. I don't see. I mean, provided that the public schools are right where we want them, well, that's a whole other conversation. But let's say public schools are right where we want them, but private schools still shouldn't be allowed.
They should not be allowed. The entire goal of having these public schools be something that everyone goes to is to provide everyone a common education. If people want to go outside of school in order to get their religious education, if there would probably also be different, like Saimi was saying, maybe you can still go to a music school that is a public school. Maybe you can still go to an art school that's a public school. But I think that having these be private schools is something that fundamentally hurts society.
Can I ask Doobie something?
Ninetales, please.
Of course.
What do you think about opening up college and university so that way it's basically free and easier access?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cool.
I'm totally okay with that.
Right on.
I have a question.
Can I give my take?
Doobie as well. I'll take it after this.
Okay, so here's my take. Private school versus public schooling and such. See, the issue with private school, and this doesn't necessarily mean I'm trying to say abolish it, but the issue with private school is technically as an entity is that it is basically just segregation. That's really what it is. It's exclusionary financially. And just because you equal public schools to a proper standard does not mean that private schools will not still be exclusionary or segregated. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm against them technically, but see, that is the actual logistic concern. Now, that goes into a different story about wealth and stuff, and I don't want to take it there. But I'm just saying that is a concern. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that we could create a schooling system that is not discriminatory against any group, or do you think there's going to just be a little bit somewhere in the crack somewhere, no matter what?
It depends. We is always a sticky situation. Democrats they try to write these policies, but mostly the theater, and you don't get involved. Okay, and I don't know if Republicans write these policies at all or ever. We could do it. Yeah, we could work it out to where it's not exclusionary or segregationist. But could the government or something, or would they even try? I don't know.
I can think of one type of school that would be good if it were discriminated, and one that targets various needs and abilities, and then both balances them, and then helps that person like find the avenues that work best for them in the system.
Again,
so kind of like
private school. There can be a more comprehensive public school system, and there can be public schools that cater specifically to people with needs. But those should
I'm saying that. I'm saying public schools should do that.
Yeah, and if there's more funding and more reason to fund, and more the people that are rich that can have a lot of power in this country, if they also had interest in it, we saw how quickly schools can adapt, even though it was very hard on teachers with the COVID. Schools went online and the drop of a hat because they had to do it. If there's money behind it, if there's a will, there's a way when it comes to these things. We can give a good education to every single child in this country, regardless of ability, regardless of a social position. I believe in that. I think we should do it.
I want to intervene and approach this with another aspect. See, because when you get into privatized schooling, and it depends on what level you're talking about, and this does go into something I hate to say, but Doobie was right about this one specific thing. There is indoctrination in schooling. Okay, there is indoctrination in schooling, and there's also political indoctrination. There's economical indoctrination. It's in all types of. And it's in segregated ways. It's mostly segregated, to be honest with you. Now, I don't know if eliminating private schooling or tuition-free college would start to work on that at all. But that is a lot of the situation.
So, all right, multiple things. Everyone, I see a lot of new people have been jumping in to chat. Hey, we talk about stuff like this all the time. Right now, we're talking about the benefits of public versus private education. Should we even have private education? Spoiler alert, we shouldn't. Fuck that. And anyway, if you're enjoying this type of conversation, we have them all the time. New people, I see you. Yeah, you there at home, right? Please give me a follow. We have this walk-on panel. These are all members of my audience. These aren't important people. These are just those I found in chat. So you can be one of those people too. You can actually join in. Exclamation point open tells you, right, in chat. Exclamation point open tells you that this is an open walk-on panel where audience members may participate. Join the Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so that you can be let in, and there's a Discord server link right there. So yes, we'd love to have you. We're always looking for more people. We're always looking for more female voices, more trans voices, more non-binary voices, more conservative voices, more disabled voices, more ethnically diverse voices, because we got a lot of white people. And I love my white people. They're great. But yeah, come on. So we're always looking for more. But please come in, join us. We'd love to have you. But we can't recommend, we can't represent your opinion for you, right? So if you feel like your opinion is not being represented here, then yeah, we need you to come on in. So give me a follow. Beyond that, if you haven't subbed to me, please sub. That's how this channel keeps going, right? I need your help to keep this going. So please sub if you're not subbed. If you're really enjoying this content, if you have a Twitch Prime, remember that you can sub for free. Please take advantage of that for the channel. Gift subs if you can, because we're not even close to fulfilling our goal. Also, if you want the most direct way to help this panel and to help this channel is to scroll down. There's a PayPal button below. Use that PayPal button. Take advantage of that PayPal button. Make love to that PayPal button. And that way, your erotic energy directed at that PayPal button can keep this channel alive, this content coming to you 6 days a week. So, yeah.
That erotic spirit bomb.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. So, back at it. Did you want to say anything? Excuse me. Alexa, sorry, I'm new to your name. Ashley, excuse me, Ashley Stella wanted to say something. Go ahead.
wanted to finish my one point regarding Rom. Now, I know you weren't saying that was necessary, but the issue with the private school for religion thing is you don't need private schools for that. Many public schools already offer like religious classrooms and after-school activities and private clubs for that stuff. I just wanted to make that last point about the.
Prime, I gotta leave. I gotta go to school, by the way.
Good luck at school.
Well, have a good one. Thank you for being here.
See you later.
I'm gonna go to my public art school. Okay. See you guys.
Yeah.
I think the reason why I think about like religious schools is because like this is like the facts on the ground, right? We live in America. I know evangelicals, or a lot of other folks know evangelicals. There is some percentage of America, maybe it's small, that just really want to teach their kids that gay people are going to burn in a lake of fire. Don't know why. They just want to goddamn do it. I do not think that school ground should be done on this. I think it's kind of wrong to teach this to your kid, and I think there should be maybe some state intervention on these kind of ideas for young folks.
What about an indigenous school that's trying to reclaim like a sense of native culture and wants to offer a comprehensive like early childhood education that can't be like the equivalent can't be offered in a public setting?
Yeah, so I think that they should be able to do it like anybody else, as long as it doesn't do anything like I just said, that doesn't teach any sort of horrendous thing. And I think it should be. I think that all of it should be over the age of maybe like 11 or 12 or something like this.
Okay, but so you agree with private? This is a private school, I'm suggesting.
Well, no, this would not be a private school. This would be some sort of club, some sort of Boy Scout like situation.
I'm saying the right of like a particular tribe to open their
own.
Oh
no. Native kids need to go to just public school. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that I am 100% for freedom of faith practices in any way. I separate that from they should go to school and then do their private faith stuff somewhere. I don't involve those two.
So did the conversation evolve? I'm sorry, people want my attention all over the place here. Did the conversation evolve to say that we're talking about religious schools and should they be a thing?
That's a different topic. Yeah, it is.
Well, no, I think it's good. We're talking about reasons to have public schools. Are there good reasons beyond just like rich kids going to give them one, or rich families wanting to give their kids good education? And I do agree, there are, but I think that they all have bad outcomes.
Yeah, and I think that largely a lot of the like stuff that people want to teach their kids outside of the classroom, like religious stuff. You can do that as an after-school program.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, these are not things that they necessarily need to be taught in a public school setting.
Ninetales, I'm going to go against your wishes, and I will mention it. Ninetales, thank you for the $20. Holy crap. Thank you for paying it forward. Really appreciate that support. Guys, that's how we keep this content coming towards you, is with that monetary support. Unfortunately, we don't live in the communist paradise that I've been trying to build, right? Doobie's not on board with it, okay? He's holding me back, and because of that, I need to pay bills. So if you could help me out and use that PayPal button below, or maybe even gift us up if that's how you want to do it, or bits. However I get your money, I'm fine, honestly, right? You pick the way to fill my wallet. It makes me happy one or the other. But Ninetales, thank you for the assistance. That does really make a difference. Okay. Is there any other arguments on this particular topic? Anyone else want to say anything? Anyone?
No, I'm glad we've all agreed that I'm right.
I have a question for Doobie, but not on this topic.
Okay, I have a spicy. Okay, never mind.
Well, all right. Well, we'll see. Iram, we give it a shot. We'll see what Doobie says. If Doobie says something explosive, then we'll go with that. If not, then maybe Ninetales.
So, I take it you're an atheist.
Yeah, basically. Sort of. It's very I've had a really complicated upbringing in terms of like religion.
So you said earlier that you wanted to see like religion stamped out, or at least make it illegal for religion to be taught to children.
Mm-hmm.
And that Christianity and Islam are death cults.
Yes.
So where do you get a personal sense of morality if you don't derive it from religion?
I guess that would be from the culture that I was raised in. Some of that is informed by religion, right? So I think, stealing is wrong because I was raised in a culture that taught me that stealing is wrong, right? And then I can compare that to other situations where, someone steals something from a person. Maybe that person doesn't have the recourse to get it back. That seems like a bad situation. So I want to say, hey, I don't want to live in a place where people can just steal my shit, right? And it's okay, right? So I don't really care about like whether something is quote unquote good or evil or good or bad. What I care about is what leads to good outcomes, right? And having a law in place that makes it makes that people can't just steal my shit and get away with it, or murder me in the street, or rape my friends, rape me. That seems like it seems to lead to good outcomes.
Okay, good outcomes, but I guess in a philosophical sense, I mean, what is the only thing that grounds ethical claims a quote good outcome?
To me, I think that all ethical claims are just based on like preferences. I think everything kind of washes out of preferences. If I went to a devout Catholic, they might tell me and have a reason to believe from within their own worldview that having homosexual, relations is evil, is bad, right? That again, this was just like my preferences. It's informed by their upbringing, by what they've been taught. I don't think it's any more valid than mine. I just think mine is better because it's what I prefer.
So if it's just an assertion of preference, I mean, there's no ultimate way to. There's no arbiter. There's no independent objectivity to any moral claim.
Nope. Yeah, I don't think anything is objectively good or bad.
Yeah.
I think objectivity is kind of like a like the Abrahamic God. It's a false idol.
I can push back on that a bit.
What saves you from nihilism, or maybe you don't? Maybe you're not saved from nihilism, but like, why not nihilism?
I know that I'm objectively very tired. Love you all. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
See you, Kobe.
Because I exist and I feel things, right? So so long as I exist and feel things, I want to exist and feel things that are pleasurable. Now, I don't think that any like purpose inherently exists to life, right? I don't think that like there's like written down on some stone tablet somewhere some reason to go on, but I choose to because there are things I'd like to do and see, because and those things too are also informed by my preferences and upbringing. So it is what it is.
Okay.
So okay. Well, I was going to say, so you don't think like, do you think there is any sort of like underlying, well, I guess the answer you said would be no, but you don't think there's any like underlying force or reason or meaning to existence itself? You don't think things exist for any particular reason, or if there's anything?
I mean, if we wanted to get down to it, like at the biological level, we probably exist to make copies of ourselves, right? Through like a reproduction. But I don't think there's any like force or spirit juice that goes any deeper than that.
Do you have children?
Well, hold on. I'll back up just so you know. I'm backing up Doobie here. Once again, we find ourselves on the same side. It's odd, but it's comforting. Fuck this nonsense about some purpose, right? That humans demand there be, even though there's no reason to. They demand a fair universe, even though everything in life has been unfair, right? So that there has to be some sort of afterlife. For instance, to balance the scales, right? Because it just has to be. It just has to be the case, right? No, absolutely not. Not unless you can prove it to me. So sure. I'm agreeing with Doobie here, 100%. So whatever, whatever he's saying usually applies to me.
Sure. Well, someone else had a question. I was going to ask another question.
Iron?
Doobie, do you have kids?
Not yet.
You want kids?
Yes, I want at least 5.
That's the same number I said.
Oh.
Okay, what's that?
Okay.
Are you done? Okay.
So I guess. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The reason
Yeah.
I ask if he has kids is because to say that there's no such thing as a moral wrong or there's no such thing as evil, like once you have kids, to think that nothing wrong or evil could happen to them, it's a very, very strong confliction. And I am actually not a religious person, but recently the idea of moral grounding, moral foundation, and moral truth has been a very live issue for me.
Well, that makes sense.
And I came from a very similar perspective. I think even if you had asked me the same question a couple years ago, I would have given the same answer that you gave 5 minutes ago. So it's very interesting to me.
So, so far as I understand, my understanding of Christian morality is basically, if you really boil it down, if God likes it, it's good. If God doesn't like it, it's evil. That's basically it. Right? This is why God can drown hundreds of thousands of people, have children eaten by bears, do all this horrible shit, right? And still be an all loving, all good being that we should all worship, right? So, like the Christian God, my version of morality is if I like it, it's good. If I don't like it, it's bad. If something that I like happens to my kid, it's good. Something that I don't like happens to my kid, it's bad. It's pretty simple. I don't know.
Okay. I guess I would say it's I don't know if I would necessarily speak to it like this, because you're probably right about a lot of the ways that a lot of people define morality through God likes it, it's good, God doesn't like it, it's evil. But it's not quite like that. It's not like a subjective whim thing. Good and evil aren't defined by the whims of God, but that is how it's written in the Bible. So I mean, that's why I won't spend any time arguing against it, because that's how it's usually presented. God got pissed and then smote this person, and so bang, you deserved it. And it's yeah, okay, that sounds childish, right? God is written to sound very childish in the Bible very often, and in a lot of faiths. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't believe that. I guess I don't believe what you just said, the grounding of the Christian belief in God is and things like that. I guess I had a question earlier, and I guess it was a response to Prime, because Prime, you said you want people try and force meaning onto the world, but I think people can recognize the difference between when something does mean something and when it doesn't. I think people can recognize when something is meaningless and when someone doesn't have a justification for something.
Clearly, you've never talked to a liberal.
Clearly you've never talked to
Grimshot.
talk to most Christians who are sure that there's meaning in this life. Sure that they can see the hand of a creator, right? And that the fact that this rainbow shined on this day was the reason why they got the job. I mean, what people do, it's literally the opposite. It's literally the opposite of what humans do, right? It's the reason why we have ghost stories. The reason why.
Are you applying the most ridiculous standards that people are doing, and then saying because people do ridiculous things, therefore that's not true? I mean, you can tell the difference between if someone. Wait, let me just finish. If someone says you personally, you can tell the difference, right, between meaning and meaninglessness.
Brento, why is that less ridiculous than worshiping a God who, in the Bible, knows everything, from the beginning of time, has known how every human life is going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
Still, this God drowned, hundreds of thousands, millions of people, however many people were on the earth at the time, because they did not worship him correctly, because they were acting out of accordance with his wishes. When if he does know everything that's ever going to happen, he knew that's exactly what they would do when he created them. Right? How is it any less ridiculous to say that God is moral and that's something that we should derive our morality from?
How is it any less ridiculous to believe in a God that is omnipresent and yet punishes people anyway? But how is it less ridiculous than what? What are we comparing that to?
Then what Prime said.
The rainbow thing?
Yeah,
the rainbow thing.
This rainbow shined on this day, so and that's the day I got the job. So that was God giving me a sign that that he helped me with the job. Like that's not any less ridiculous, I don't think.
Or like what a lot of people say when it comes to like natural disasters. It was because of the gays. You know, like that's a ridiculous thing that like people believe that, you know, the manifestation of like a hurricane is a result of God's will to kill gays.
Sure.
Like that we're not that far removed from that.
No, I think most people are. I think we pull up those examples because we recognize that those are the extremes and those are like the total crazies, right?
Well,
but wait, okay, I had a point. I guess to speak to that, you do recognize in those statements that that's crazy. Those are asinine things and they're totally disconnected, right? So you recognize a lack of meaning in those conclusions, correct?
No, so this is where we're kind of like off railing here, because like this is something that all humans do with everything. It's why like I can read a book and you can read that same book and come to vastly different conclusions about what it meant. Like this phrase, this section really spoke to you. This is why like when you had conversations about books and meaning in like high school about like what did Hamlet mean? Like there are 150 different interpretations of what Hamlet was about. We derive meaning in vastly different ways from individual to individual, and this I think also applies to religious things as well.
Sure. Okay, we all do that on individual levels though, but let's say it's like if 100 people read Hamlet and they have like, you know, they all kind of have a general sense, and when one person reads Hamlet and they go like, oh, that's about global warming. I'm not, you know, I'm just going to say, because I don't think Hamlet is about global warming. So I'm just throwing that one out there. It's obvious, right? So then does that mean that the person who had that last conclusion, is their conclusion equal to the 100 people that read it and then had a similar conclusion about the meaning?
Well, it depends on if they can back it up, right? Like this is a discussion that happens in like English literature classes all the time.
I understand that. Okay, go ahead.
So no, I'll finish your point, and then I like to let Nine Tails in.
Sure. I'm just going to say I don't think meaning is purely subjective, and I think people can recognize a lack of meaning. And you guys gave a lot of great examples of people who are inferring meaning on perhaps meaningless things. But if you can do that, you can also recognize a statement or a conclusion that does have meaning and that does have purpose, and that seems to speak to the existence of meaning in some way that we can recognize.
Wait, but the fact that I think Nine Tails should go.
Yeah, Nine Tails should go. She's been very patient.
Thank you. So yeah, going back a little bit, not that I'm going to derail things like I was before. Doobie, you said, just to clarify, you do think that all morals are subjective?
Yeah, I don't think morality is actually a thing. I think that morality is just whatever a person's set of preferences happen to be. I don't think there's any kind of like objective morality.
Right. Do you think there's such a thing as objective harm?
No, I don't think so.
What?
Yeah. So like if your arm gets cut open, that's not objectively harmful and detrimental to like the biological component of your being.
Sure, but so it depends what you mean by like objective to who, right? Objective like to the body, yeah, but to the person, no. There are plenty of people who mutilate themselves.
But you've already said that there is an objective harm that happens, right?
Yeah, well, I think your body is pretty. I don't know if we're using the word objectively the right way, because this is just like a physical reaction, right? It's not like a good or bad thing. It's a physical reaction that your body's having its arm cut open.
So you wouldn't classify a body that's been cut as more harmed than one that hasn't been cut?
Yeah, I would. But
okay,
we need to. Yeah, I think we need to be clear. So like whether or not we mean like harm like as a physical reaction or harmed
any harm,
and like from the perspective of the person that is
okay. Well, I want to ask a question under the pretense that it could be both. If there is objective harm, do you not think that there can be objective ethics to avoid that harm?
No, I don't think so.
Really? So you don't think that like if 99.999% of humans don't want to be lacerated, then it's like almost objectively true that it's morally wrong to lacerate people and without any exception. Like I might agree that people can do things that might like make it reasonable to cut them. And I know that's like a weird example now, but
you don't even need to do that. I mean, there are like, I think so long as humanity isn't like this hive mind, this is going to be subjective, and I can't think of any way around that. There are plenty of people throughout history who willingly, subjected themselves. To being set to human sacrifice.
The exception
but
today,
here I'm just going to ask though, like
burned and branded and scarred because they think it looks nice, like.
But if it's like typical, if not like predictable, that most people wouldn't want that, do you not think there's an objective reason why it's like more than just popular? It's like, expectable in most cases for people do not have like some sort of dysregularity to maybe their cognitive function.
Yeah, no, I think when we're using objective, we need to be like clear about what that word means, right?
I think we've already established that it can exist, and the point is that it can exist, and therefore what I'm positing is that therefore objective ethics and morals can exist as well.
No, but we didn't. So we agreed that something can be like damaged in like a physical sense, and that we can categorize that as harm.
That would be objective harm too.
That's not really dependent on like a mind, right, or a person. If we're going to talk about
ethics, it's not subjective.
Wait, hold on. If we're going to talk about ethics, then that involves like minds and people. So you can't really say anything, even like something that would be considered an objective harm.
Again, if the harm is objective, and that's the reason that a typical person wouldn't want it, then wouldn't you say that you could easily formulate an objective ethic around that? Like it's objectively, ethically wrong to cut somebody because it's always going to harm them.
We can say it's true in most cases, not in every case. Like I don't.
Okay,
I don't understand. Hold on, like just kind of experiment. I don't really understand like the need to search for like objectivity when it comes to ethics, right? I don't really. That's just always confused me. Like, why do we need objectivity?
Because
it seems like you can actually. It seems like you can use the empirical method and the scientific method together to show why it's better to do one thing over the other.
But most people having a certain preference doesn't make that preference objectively like.
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't that signify an objective reason why it's typical, why it's expectable, and why there's no diversity of opinion on that subject?
No, because something that is objective is very explicitly something that is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. So your argument is that because 99.9% of humans
I was substantiating that's not my argument. I was substantiating the fact that there is an objective like reason people don't want to be cut.
But some people do want to be cut, so it's subjective.
Yeah.
But it's not the best example, and I probably should have thought this through more, but there are other examples where you could easily take this thought train.
But all right, so in order for it to be objective, it cannot be influenced by personal feelings or opinions. So
and I'm saying that like when it's like generally true that people don't want to be cut, there's got to be an objective reason for that, and that's objective harm. Therefore, there is a basis for objective morals.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Okay.
I think
maybe we're there's like a disconnect as to like what objectivity means in this context.
Observable and demonstrable.
No,
not influenced by opinion.
Okay, but if you're
objective.
Really quickly, so if you're like understanding, right? So you wanting to derive some kind of like moral claim from what could be considered objectively damage done to a thing, right? That's still dependent on a person's opinions, their preferences, all these. So it's still objective.
So if I think it's morally wrong for someone to shoot me, do you not think that there might be objective reasons there that even if like, I could somehow work around it, I still might like have a visceral need to avert it?
Sure, but maybe they have a visceral need to shoot you. Like,
I'm just saying that like morals do come from objective places. And so I just want to point out that like saying that they don't exist is probably not going to go very far once you actually find the right example. I'm not thinking of the right one at the moment.
I don't think it's a bad example. I guess if
it's just not as tight as if I thought out a better thought experiment.
If you reduce moral sentiments to personal preference, really what you're making an argument for is an argument like might makes right. Because if my personal preference is to violate one of yours, well, that's just what morality becomes. It just becomes me versus you.
Well, wait. Yeah, but that's not saying that people's morality are good just because they have it. There's still good and bad morality, but that doesn't mean that morality is objective.
Well, Dubin, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that there's no objective morality and you operate according to your preferences.
Yeah, I think again, I don't think morality is real. I think what we call morality is just a set of preferences that we have due to, whatever upbringing we happen to have.
So a wrong would not have occurred if I assert my preferences over yours.
I'm sorry, you said a wrong would not have occurred?
No wrong would have been committed if I just assert my preferences over yours.
I thought you said Iran would not have occurred. I was like, what? Yeah. So if you were to assert your preferences over mine, impose your preferences upon me, from your perspective, no wrong would have occurred, right? But from my perspective, the wrong would have occurred, right? That doesn't mean that. So you having the subjective belief that no wrong has occurred doesn't mean that I can't still have my subjective belief that a wrong is happening, right? So to kind of put this into an example, I'm sure cows don't like being eaten. Most people would probably say that making hamburgers isn't evil, right? So that doesn't mean that the cow can't have that opinion. We just don't.
It's not really most people, but okay.
Yeah, we just don't care. Right?
I think what most people would say that most people are meat eaters, right? Unless I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong by the statistics.
Yeah, but eating meat isn't always like some people will admit it's wrong, but they still eat meat for various reasons. So I don't think how many people actually eat meat is an extension of how many people believe it's wrong.
And how many people worldwide think that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not making a statement.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I think that there's a chasm, there's a dilemma here that maybe you're not acknowledging, Doobie. Maybe I'm just in my own head stewing it over. But I came from exactly your perspective, and I feel like how Coyote would run off of the cliff, and he would keep running in empty space for a while before he looked down, and that's when he would fall. So I feel like I'm right at that place where I ran right off the cliff and I just glanced down. You know what I mean? Because there's a dilemma in deriving right and wrong from the world if there's no objective. I mean, it's a profound.
Well, maybe explain. Okay. Explain, because I've never understood why religious people think that we need some kind of arbiter, right? We need some kind of all-knowing, all good, whatever the fuck. Tell us what right and wrong is. I don't understand the need for.
Well, so I'm not even arguing from a religious perspective. I'm not religious.
Okay.
Well, so do you think that? I mean, I think that morality is related to a sense of the aesthetic, and I think that there are some things that can be objectively beautiful, and I think that there are things that can be objectively disturbing, or objectively alienating, or objectively just poetic and surreal and sublime. And those qualities exist independent of human observation. Like if Michelangelo's David was just floating in a void, I feel like it would still possess the quality of beauty, even if there were no humans around to experience it.
I just want to.
I don't know. All those things you just said, right? Something can be objectively beautiful, and all of these claims are still subject to someone's opinion, right? We can take this. Look at the African tribes that stretch their necks out really long. A lot of people would say, "Holy shit, that's freaky as fuck. You shouldn't be doing that," but they think it's beautiful. Muslims in a very Muslim country would probably look at Western women and say, "Oh my God, you've degraded your beautiful, precious woman to sex objects. That's awful." Right, but we'd look over there and say, "Oh my God, you guys aren't letting women express themselves."
Right.
Like, so this is, I don't think there's any kind of objective beauty in the world. I think it's all just preferences and subjective nonsense.
Also, I can tell you as somebody who has like studied art and literature, I can tell you that there is extreme amounts of debate on this issue, and mostly in favor of it not being objective in the slightest. Like for example, like H.R. Geiger's work was deliberately designed to be alienating. A lot of people find it very beautiful. These
they can definitely overlap for sure.
These qualities are things that are very subjective based on the individual experience.
So let me put it this way:
yeah.
if the Earth just blinked out of existence, no one suffered, but the entire planet just turned into a vacuum, just was gone, would anything be lost?
I mean, we would.
Yeah,
the Earth would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say sure.
More than just the Earth. I mean, like
anything of value.
Anything, yeah. Would anything of value be lost?
I mean, objectively, to other alien civilizations, probably not.
Well, if they're studying us and watching our videos, we could be providing them some great content.
I'm talking about independent of any observer.
I don't think so. No.
I think there's a
you would lose the matter that makes up Earth and all of its people.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't like it, but I would also be dead. So
right, you would be gone.
I would be what?
I mean, I can understand like that. It's uncomfortable, right, to think that like we are less than dust, right? When put up against the vast universe, right? But that's just what is. Like I don't. It's bad, I guess, if you really think about it. We're like floating around on this tiny like metal ball, tiny ball, like floating in the void with like asteroids and black holes and shit flying around. That's pretty scary, but like it is what it is.
So Raincloud came in quite a while ago, and hasn't spoken yet, I don't think. Raincloud, if you'd like to add something, Raincloud. Okay. All right. Well, here for more support. All right. So, Brento, you were going to say something.
Oh, no. Sorry. Started talking to chat. What was I going to say? Oh, go ahead.
Hello.
Can I interject for a second? Yeah. Oh, there she is. Never mind.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. So to Doobie, real quick. I've been studying this since our conversations on Calliopean Club, and I found a paper that I really like, and you had made an argument earlier that X is good, as in synonymous with I like X. And something that I found in this paper specifically states that, quote, this theory would have to be expanded to include definitions of all other evaluative terms as well, of course. However, we can refute this line of approach already. It makes sense to say, I like it, but is it really good? But it does not make sense to say, I like it, but do I like it? Nor it's good, but is it really good? One often thinks that one likes something because it is good, but one does not think it is good because one likes it, unless one is very egocentric. Therefore, some things being good must be different from it being liked. More simply, though, this should be immediately evident, since the statement that any given person has any given psychological state is a descriptive statement, whereas the statement that something is good, of course, normative. The former denotes an empirical matter of psychology, the latter expresses a value judgment. In short, this theory is a simple instance of the naturalistic fallacy. I would lump together with this view any view that identifies good, virtue, and other moral qualities with a tendency to cause some psychological state. In short, when you talk about from a moral relativistic standpoint and believing that all morality is relative and subjective and not objective, you're basing things entirely off your own personal understanding of your psychological state, which is false, in my opinion, because you can't necessarily say that simply because you like something or dislike something that it is good or that it isn't good. And you, for example, you made a comment, and Brento made a comment earlier, that was an argumentum ad populum fallacy, where you simply state that because a certain number of people like a thing or agree a thing is good, therefore it must be good. It ought to be good. Well, sorry, Christians, but Muslims outnumber you, so therefore Islam is correct. I mean, if you want to go with that line of logic, but you know, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not going to let you interrupt me like everybody else does.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm not going to let it happen. So the question I have for you, Tippy, is where did your thought process originate from? How did you get to a point where you think that morality is relativistic, that a thing is good simply because you like it and it's bad simply because you don't like it?
Okay, so there's a lot to respond to there. Well, actually, not really. I think you maybe misunderstood what I said about good and bad. Right? I don't think anything is objectively good or bad. Right? I can say subjectively that I think certain things are good and I think other things are bad. And I said earlier that all of those things I think are good or bad. I think those things, due to my cultural upbringing, because I happen to be raised in the United States, in California, in East LA, to a family that has certain values, that imparted those values onto me, and I've latched onto a lot of those. I've let some of them go as I've learned more from other people I've been around. But all these things that I think good again are just a reflection of the society that I happen to grow up in.
So you're saying X is good is synonymous with X is ordained by my society? Not
ordained so much as taught, right? So, for example, the reason that I care about LGBT rights, right? Nothing to do with those things being objectively good for anybody. It has a lot to do with my upbringing, right? My mother taught me, had a lot of gay friends who came around all the time, who I hung out with all the time. They taught me not to see gay people as like bad things. I have a sister who is trans. I have other family members who are gay. So based on this set of experiences, I have now absorbed, right, the idea and fully adopted it that being gay is okay and these people should have rights. That doesn't come from a higher power. That doesn't come from the fucking universe, right? That's not written on a stone tablet anywhere. It's something that I believe because this is what I've grown up around. If I'd grown up, somewhere else to some very Catholic family, I'd probably think the exact opposite. I think these people are like, should be suppressed and that they're evil and shit. So when I say that things are good because I think they're good, I'm not saying that they're objectively good to anybody. Things that I think are good might not be good to other people, right? Might not be good for other people, right? But I'm saying that from my perspective, in my brain, if I like something, it's because I think it's good.
So you're saying that all value judgments are universally false?
Yeah. I don't think there's any.
What about 2 + 2?
Oh, come on. Now
That's
we can
not a value
get,
judgment.
Yeah, we can get really mathy here, and we can find examples for when 2 + 2 does not equal 4. That actually exists. But I think you know what I'm saying.
Okay, but yeah, you're stating that you don't believe that value judgments are ever true. They're all universally false.
I don't think ethical statements are true.
You don't think ethical statements are true?
No,
okay.
I don't think any
it is
true
wrong
or
to
false.
Murder. Yeah, you don't delineate true or false with the statement "it is wrong to murder," for example.
Well, it's definitionally wrong to murder because murder is an unlawful killing, right? And I'm someone who believes that we should generally follow the law, generally, not all the time. If you're asking if I think it's always wrong to kill something, no, of course not. I don't think anybody thinks that. There are plenty of examples we could find where it'd be okay to kill something or someone.
Okay, so when we talk about moral principles, right? Don't kill innocents. Don't cause unnecessary pain or suffering. Don't lie or deceive. Don't steal or cheat, etc. Stuff that we normally consider synonymous with religion and Christianity, for example. You don't believe any of these statements has any inherent value in objectivity. So the statement "do not kill the innocent" or the statement "do not cause unnecessary pain or suffering," neither of those statements have any value to you whatsoever.
Nope. And I mean, I think the reasons for that are in the statements, right? Who's the innocent? What's pain and suffering? Are the innocent, the gay people that want to get married, or are the innocent these Christian people who don't want to marry gays? we're going to disagree with somebody, with a lot of people at every level of those standards, right? So yeah, given that's the case, I think it's subjective.
Should we not? Since you mention quite continually about the hive mind concept of human consciousness and human understanding, should we not be attempting to prescribe value judgments objectively onto things in order to work for a more cohesive societal structure?
Yeah, I think
that is the betterment of good for all.
Yeah,
I mean, being that you and I disagree on the concept of good, but moving on.
I think we can do that subjectively, but not objectively, right? So if I say, "Hey, you shouldn't kill those people," that's bad. I'm doing that from my perspective, right? With my subjective set of beliefs, I'm telling you, "Hey, I subjectively believe that it's bad if you kill those people," right? That doesn't mean they can't disagree. Of course, sometimes they will. That doesn't mean that I can impose my beliefs upon them if I have the ability to, and I should.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Believe in it? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, my bad.
I guess it's a sort of a meta question, but why do you preference your preferences? I mean, why have these preferences? It's not as though you could suddenly change your opinion and feel just as good about yourself. Take it as an axiom that you don't go around killing innocent people. If you were to kill an innocent person, do you think you could sort of wipe that from your conscience and be the same person you were?
No.
So if you're asking like why I prefer my preferences, I mean, there's a lot of cultural reasons I prefer certain things, right? But that doesn't mean that I can examine my preferences, and I have. I like why. For example, I was raised, believe it or not, in a pretty religious family. Not a normal religion. I describe it more as a cult, but with a lot of religious beliefs, right? And at some point I had to sit down, think, and talk to myself. I'm like, hey, why do I think these things are true? And after examining that preference and that set of beliefs, I came to the conclusion that they were incorrect, and I should let them go. And I think it's really important for everybody to do that. But my coming to that conclusion doesn't make that conclusion objectively correct. It just means that, due to whatever brain chemistry was going on at the time, and it's still going on today, I didn't like that preference, so I let it go. Right. So I don't think. I just don't see any good argument for any of these things being objective, separate from when I say objective, I mean separate from any kind of opinion or human mind, right? This is just something that exists in the universe.
You have to be appealing to some first principle. If you go through the process of examining a belief and deciding if you're going to approve it in this way or that, there's a base principle that you're appealing to, and you must be appealing to the truth of that base principle to make any improvement at all.
Not to mention to Steelman, my friend Ninetails from earlier, to help better here, we can be exceedingly hard pressed, for example, to find any societal structure in the world that doesn't have a concept of murder, right? Or killing without just cause. And then, of course, if you want to get exceedingly pedantic, which I know we do in these types of debates, we can argue what just cause means, or maybe we can just move on. There are differences in how principles are applied. This is true, obviously, but there are enough, and I would argue there are more than enough moral principles, moral and ethical frameworks, axioms, if you would like to ground them as such, held in common between every major societal structure on this planet to question the idea that there is no such thing as a moral commonality, that there is no such thing as a moral absolute, that there is no such thing as an objective morality. Now, you can say that obviously, we can head down the road of argumentum ad populum. A number of people think a thing is good, therefore it ought be. Or we can go from argumentum ad judicium, which simply states that the data shows X to be true, therefore it must be true. And I think that's why we're having such disconnects and disagreements here, because as was already just stated, you have to be arguing from some foundational first point of principle to argue one way or another whether something is objective, relative, or subjective. I mean, unless you're a moral nihilist that believes there is nothing whatsoever and to hell with the world, which I know you're not. I'm just curious how you can make claims that value judgments have in and of themselves no value, and that there is no such thing as moral objectivism when you're arguing from positions that are universally and commonly held in every major societal structure in human history.
I think that who was it? Kobe said this earlier, right? There are commonalities across human civilization, i.e., most human civilizations we find are going to have some kind of rule against murdering somebody or stealing things, right? But I think that the reason those things exist isn't because it's objectively good or evil to do those things. It's because if you want to, form a community, a civilization, it's really difficult to do that if people can just go around murdering and stealing shit, right, from each other, from people within the community. And a lot of times those laws didn't extend to people outside the community, so they could go out of the community and raid other tribes and shit, right? So yeah, I just I can understand why you'd think that it just seems like you're saying that because the majority of human civilization tends to have a certain set of a certain understanding of morality, right? In some cases, not every case, there's vast differences even with these groups. That these specific things that they have in common must be objectively true, and I just don't think that's a good argument. That just seems like you're saying, hey, most people think this is true, so that means it's true.
I mean, guys, I think that this entire time he has been arguing from a nihilistic perspective.
True.
I think so too.
This probing is not really going anywhere. Like the foundation of this is
my apologies.
No. I'm not calling you out. I think this was really valuable, but I also just want to point out that nihilism is really hard to argue against when someone is a confirmed nihilist,
True. That's true.
Because the entire argumentative chain can always just break down to why should I have this? why have this ethical framework at all? Get rid of that shit.
Well, and I think
I like things because I like them. Fuck you.
Yeah. Well, I think ethical relativism, right, is popular simply because, one, people are lazy, and people are also scared of really having their views examined and criticized by other human beings. And I don't personally think it's a functional ethical framework that works in the real world whatsoever. But, the problem is even if we accept that there are things that are universal objective moral principles, we are still in a situation where we have to determine what those principles are, and as people. So I actually kind of think the differences between moral and ethical, objectivism and subjectivism, and realism and relativism and whatever is kind of paradoxical in nature, because we can argue that a universal constant is a thing, and that it is an objective thing, like gravity, for example, the universal constant of gravity. We can say this is a scientific law, this is a universal constant, unless, of course, we're dealing with black holes. Then things go wild. It's the same thing with moral objectivism. We can say because X, therefore Y, well, we still have to figure out why we said Y in the first place. And I think this is the issue that we deal with, is people that are moral and ethical objectivists like I am.
And before Ninetales gets in, I just want to point out that one of the fundamental, I think, weaknesses of nihilism is that it's incredibly hard to get other people to go along with you. When you are don't shoot that guy, why shouldn't I shoot them? Because I think it's bad. It isn't a compelling appeal, right? You can't you run out of an ethical framework to use when you're nihilist. You just don't want something bad to happen that you have judged arbitrarily as bad.
I mean, I think people that are nihilists are usually also people who are prone to being psychopaths and serial killers, but that's just me.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about is how, when it comes to objective harm, well, especially like Doobie pointed out that there's a reason that like certain things might be detrimental to the progression of an entire group, and that almost sounds like an admission that there's an objective reason for things. But it seems that like it's way more falsifiable to claim that there are objective reasons, and that's how it's easier to know that that actually exists. Whereas like with nihilism, what's falsifiable about that?
Yeah. I think for one last quick thought experiment here for Doobie. If I were to walk up to you and slap you, you wouldn't like that, right?
It depends on the context, but probably not.
I mean, if I were to walk up to you and just slap you, you wouldn't enjoy that. I assume it would not be an enjoyable experience.
Probably not.
Probably not, right? And we could therefore have an argument as to whether it was morally right for me to slap you because I like slapping you, and whether it was morally wrong for me to slap you because you don't like getting slapped. But an outside observer, an objective outside observer, would state that it was wrong because I had no like right rhyme or reason to touch you against you.
I don't know.
Well,
I
but
might say it was
Again,
right.
people are
Oh
not
my
objective. People are not objective. Something that is objective cannot be influenced by personal feelings or opinion.
It's
Right?
very funny coming from the guy with that avatar. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, well, hold on. I think so. I'd agree, right? So I would think it's bad. You'd think it's good. Someone on the outside might also think it's bad, but that would be because they have they would think that they have the that would be because they have a subjective belief that slapping people in the face for no reason is bad, right? So there are plenty of people out there who might say, "Oh yeah, that guy's a fucking bitch. You can slap him in the face. Fuck him." And so
right, okay.
So could I go off on something though? Like you said that like the reason that we see trends for various things being considered immoral by society is because that there's some reason that they might be detrimental to the group as a whole. Don't you think that that might constitute an objective basis for the harm being done if like collectively we're all moving together? And don't you think furthermore that the lack of places that act against that is further proof that maybe there's an objective reason?
No, because I think if we took that reasoning and applied it to,
But you said it was detrimental, right? So, like, don't you think that, like, once you identify something's detrimental, there's like something pretty objective going on there? Like, we don't want this because this hurts our like goals in the end.
But I think that if we took that kind of reasoning and applied it to, I'm going to use a buzzword, Western civilization, a few hundred years ago, we might come to the belief that homosexuality is objectively bad. Because
no, there are subjective morals. Nobody's saying there's not subjective morals. We're saying that there are objective morals, and you can find those objective morals in the trends among societies where there is no deviation.
But if Asia,
okay. Ooh, I could not take anymore. I took so much. All right. Getting my webcam up. Oh. We lost the thread on that one, lads, ladies, and ladettes. I was trying to think of a non-binary version of lads and ladies, and what would be a good one? I liked Lady Raincloud's approach, but also like I Doobie is man, I don't like authoritarians, and Doobie is an unabashed authoritarian, and it drives me up the wall. Like this is folks. Oh yeah, I mean, like, I can think of other non-binary terms. I was just trying to go with like the lads, ladies, and another L word, and I couldn't think of one. If you guys can think of a non-binary L word that I can use, be great. But yeah, like again, this brings us back to the point where land dwellers. I do like that. Yeah. But laddies. Lads, ladies, and laddies. Would that work? I think laddies might work. Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to run that by some of my NB folk. So yeah, like it was a good conversation, but it brings us all the way back around to yeah, but is laddie a boy term? It's my question. But it brings us back around to that question at the beginning of this, which was about like cultural genocide. Well, then it makes a whole lot more sense when the person arguing for doing cultural genocide is you know, someone who doesn't have any moralistic compunction at all. Is laddie pretty gendered? Darn. Laxies? I don't know. I'll have to noodle on it for a while. Okay, sorry Linky, sorry Ashley. Yeah, the defense of like the Native American genocide, the defense of like saying like there or right when I came in too, like at the beginning saying that it's the same to say that it's the same to tell like a tribe in the Amazon who thinks that raping children is okay, and enforcing a law that says you can't rape your children anymore, versus like being Muslim. Equating those two things was one of I was so mad. Guys, I don't know if you realized it, but I was so mad for like maybe a good 50% of that panel. I was so mad. Yeah, it was a conversation about genociding a bunch of cultures. Because of Prime's suggestion and Doobie's genocide of Muslims take, which I disagreed with. Yeah, I again, like there were so many moments in that panel discussion where I got heated. One of them being like the cultural genocide aspect of like, oh, it's, you know, claiming like it's so nebulous whether or not you're culturally genociding someone. Like cultural genocide is like fucking a systemic destruction of a culture. It's way I would consider that way different than saying, hey, you can't rape your kids anymore, versus like destroying your art, your culture, your art, your literature, your educational institutions, your language. Like when we're talking about cultural genocide, it's a systematic destruction of everything that makes a people a people. And I was so mad at all of this. And then the biggest brain take. Well, yeah, there are good and bad Muslims. This is true. But like, again, I think you can have like a culture around Muslims. I think you can have a culture around Christianity too, where people aren't trying to you know, genocide you out. We can make these things better. And holy moly, like do we need to talk about like the whole white culture, Western civilization? I'm going to be talking a lot about that tomorrow. Because like, again, Western civilization, not a thing. It's like pretending like there is this cultural commonality between the West is so disingenuous and like slimy and gross and like a misrepresentation of it. And I hated that I was like, oh yeah, you guys, you think we have an Earth culture? And like 4 people jumped down my fucking throat to be like, actually, yeah, we have an Earth culture. And like fucking yeah, if we meet aliens, if we like meet aliens are gonna be like, yeah, there are actually like some commonalities between these fleshy primate creatures. They're, they need to eat. They shit a lot. They seem to have communication skills. Like, yeah, no shit. We have those in common. That doesn't constitute like a global culture. Like, there are some very sparse commonalities between all groups and cultures, but like to describe that as like an Earth culture, I think is something that is misguided. And if people came up and were like, "Hello, Earthling," I don't think most people would understand what they're talking about. Define to me what Earth culture is. Like, I understand that there are technical things that primates have in common, but man, I got so upset at people leaping down my throat at that. And on top of that, like, the idea that there are these that Western culture exists, it doesn't. You know the British, that's a culture. Like England, that's a culture. Scotland, culture. Irish, culture. When we're talking about France, yeah, there's a culture there. And yeah, there are cultural subgroups all throughout those different societies. True. Ottoman Empire, later Turkey. Yeah. So, like, the fucking English and the French fought, like, for a century with each other, trying to, like, kill each other and dominate each other's lands. They fought an entire war for a century. And, like, I'm sorry, they don't have that many commonalities between their two cultures. They're very, very different. Like, the culture of the Vikings, very different from the culture of, Spain. Like, there are just all kinds of these differences, and it's infuriating to me that people are just like, oh yeah, Western civilization, it's all one big thing. Haha, we have, you have as much in common with someone in Romania as you do in someone in your, like, neighborhood. No, you don't. I was trying to get to this. Yes, there is a black culture, but largely as a result of African American culture being genocided. And so, like, after a long enough period of time, yeah, they created a new culture for themselves. And that even got fucking co-opted by white people. So on top of that, like, then having to, like, deal with this whole bullshit about, like, oh, do white people have a culture? No, white people don't have a fucking culture. We have an American culture. We have, culture from our ethnic ancestors. Like, I have Swedish heritage. I have Norwegian heritage. I have some British heritage. I have things that I get from my forefathers and foremothers, and forepeople, like, that are from these different cultures that mix with my American culture and produce something new in me. And the idea that, like, yeah, you have a white culture, you're in common with everyone who has white skin. No, I don't. There are all kinds of white people who have nothing in common with each other. And on top of that, like, there are all kinds of things that I have in common with somebody who is black, who lives in Minnesota, more than I have someone in common with someone who's white and lives in Alabama. Like, all of this, like, racial identity stuff does not apply to white people, because we have ethnic heritage. We have our own heritages to draw from. The black community in the United States doesn't, because it was stripped from them by white people during slavery. And so, like, it's so frustrating to talk about because so many people don't get this. So many people don't understand that there's a difference between culture and the color of your skin. The reason it's related to the color of your skin when it comes to black people is because we took their culture away from them when we made them property. It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. True. And white people took native culture away by murdering us. Yeah. And culturally genociding after we were done murdering. You know, got to put you in those indigenous schools to make sure that you act white. Linky, why are you being down on yourself? Build yourself up, buddy. Oh, yeah, I got super heated. You're like the entire concept of, I mean, evil right-winger, I think it's okay to recognize that, yeah, historically white people disenfranchised her people and completely destroyed them and their ways of life. I don't think acknowledging that is racist. And I think that someone who has been through that process has a right to feel aggrieved, you know? Why do you think I wouldn't acknowledge that? Well, you called her a racist. Hello. Simply saying white people suck is IMO racist? I mean, maybe. I mean, it might be a symptom of racial bias, but like, I don't know. I'm white. I'm not really that offended by it. Oh. By the way, we've talked about this on stream before, but everyone has racial bias. I think that there's a difference. So please do not speculate about my thoughts or willingness to acknowledge things because I responded in a specific way to a specific comment by someone. Well, I thought that you were responding to the comment about racial genocide. Please understand that chat moves pretty quickly when things get spicy, so I'm not able to exactly ascertain what people are saying to whom, and things can get a bit messy. So cut me a little bit of leeway, okay? Oh my goodness. I also have been streaming for like 7 hours and 10 minutes, so my brain's a little bit fried. Real quick, I'm going to go through people who donated and who followed that I wasn't able to acknowledge during the panel. Let's see. Progressive Ama Dragon, Kelwabanga, Know Nothing, Darkling 169, Relevant Millennial, thank you so goddamn much for all the gifted subscriptions. You're gonna be like my biggest patron pretty soon. DJ Longstockings, thank you so much for the like incredible amount of like bits you've been giving me today. Really just making my entire week. Serious Twitch, thank you so goddamn much for your bits. And that hype train, that made me super happy. Rancid Vile Boy, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you immensely. Relevant Millennial with the bits, thank you so much. Nightbird SFX30, thank you so much for following. Smedley SC, thank you very much for following as well. I'm wondering if that's South Carolina or StarCraft. I'm hoping it's StarCraft. Ashley Stella, thank you very much for subscribing. You are a very fine, gentle them, and I'm very happy you're in my community. Mike X Hero, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. y'all, I want to keep growing this channel. I'm hoping that by the end of the week we have 1,200 people following this channel. You know. Let's see. Oh dang, Linky, that's some heavy shit. I'm really sorry. Let's see, not sure I agree with the concept of Western culture not existing. It might be a horrible, inaccurate model of the world. Lady Raincloud, thank you so much for 10 Tier 1 community subs. Girl, I know you're kind of strapped. I mean, I'll take them, but thank you so goddamn much. That's really generous of you. Let's see, it might be a horrible, inaccurate model of the world that was used to justify awful things, but that doesn't mean it can't occasionally be used as a dichotomy. Us as in white people. And the way the panelists using it was ridiculous. I hate my life. Linky, I'm sorry you're struggling. Wow. Thank you so much. Culture is a collection of characteristics and social norms, beliefs, systems, traditions, customs, values, and so forth. I already cited some of those shared characteristics, such as democracy, rational thinking, individualism, Christianity, capitalism, human rights, scientific thinking. Except that, again, like, human rights and scientific thinking and capitalism, Christianity, individualism, rational thinking, democracy, all of these things are not limited to just Western culture. All of these things have also arisen in, like, Latin American countries, South America, in Africa, in all parts of the world. We can't just say that these are Western values anymore. There are plenty of people who hold all of these values in places that are not the West. Wish me a happy birthday on Wednesday to make it up to me. Oh, I will absolutely wish you a happy birthday, Lady Raincloud. I'll even put it in my calendar so I don't forget. Yeah, but like my problem, evil right-winger, is that a lot of people use Western civilization specifically as a dog whistle to mean white people, and they use it specifically to appeal to white supremacist organizations and individuals. It usually ends up being used as like, look how great white people are compared to those black people. You know, like it winds up being a racial dog whistle based on things that aren't necessarily true. Like these commonalities don't necessarily exist. Like, what country was it? I think Hungary? I need to double check real quick. Yeah, Viktor Orban in Hungary has like totally destroyed its democratic process. Like, you know, they're going full authoritarian these days. I think I think they've outlawed like LGBTQ people in the country as well. Like they're a Western country that's typically considered part of Western civilization. It doesn't have like it doesn't have a lot of those same values, you know? When you dig down into a lot of these countries, they actually have vastly different values. A lot of people in Europe, for example, look down on the United States because we don't take care of our population in the same way they do. We have a lot more economic suffering and hardship. This kind of stuff tends to, diminish the differences between these Western countries and minimize it in a way that is useful for people who want to oversimplify the situation. And I tend to think that's not good. Also, Jaru Lee 83, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And I'm really going to struggle trying to say this. IC33 SWW4IOO Kuum. Thank you very much for following. Bones of Doom, hello. He's just in here to defend the canon? Oh, Western canon? Oh my gosh. If I have to hear about canon, well, yeah, exactly, Consolator. It makes less and less sense. The more you think about it, the more you get into the weeds about it. And it's not the same kind of situation where, like, if you start looking into, like, American culture, you'll start coming up with, like, the Southern culture, or the Southern American culture, or the Midwest culture in America, or, like, East Coast, West Coast culture. Like, it's not the same thing, in my opinion, to, like, talking about a generalized American culture. I don't think that there is a generalized Western culture that makes any sort of sense to generalize. Anyway. But that does not mean it's not an idea. Like, heaven doesn't have to be real to be an important idea that has influence, but I'm a Platonist, so not everyone thinks ideas are real. Arcasincus, I'm a bit lost. I'm trying to catch up on chat, so I'm sorry if I my brain not working, You should do debates. I don't really like debating. I'm not super confrontational, and I like having discussions more than debates. But if, like, the opportunity to debate someone interesting pops up, I would definitely debate. I guess I mean, it's just not a priority for me. It's so refreshing, Americans not being so American centric. I know, right? Thank you, Mike. Oh no, I might have to mute my notifications real quick. Western culture was brought up in that discussion. I immediately suspected them of being Nazis, Nazi adjacent. Well, Linky RD, Doobie did spend a large chunk of the invitational panel defending Gavin McGinnis and the Proud Boys, so, I mean, yeah, it is kind of Nazi. It was kind of Nazi adjacent. He did spend a large portion of the panel defending genocide. Is this live? It is indeed. Plushinality? Plushinality? Am I saying that right? I don't know. One person's authoritarian is another person's contrarian, I guess. Western civilization, aka the shit white people don't know what to do, but what it do, but it didn't. Oh gosh, true. Most people mean a white culture when saying Western culture, which is why I associate it with white supremacist, especially when someone like Ben Shapiro or Abby Shapiro say it. Western culture is still too vague and does not account for how many Western countries have vastly different culture and values. Exactly, Ashley Stella. Exactly. I like my... Oh, thank you. Yeah, my full outfit is actually pretty cute, but you can't see it on camera because I don't have the space in my tiny room. I'll post selfies on Twitter, okay? But Western culture is generally dog whistle, though. True. Okay. Oh, that it's a powerful idea that has influenced many people. I got what you're saying, Arcasincus, now. And true. I just generally think that if something is like when we're oh gosh, I need to turn off. Go to notification settings. Turn them off. All right. I just think that for example, American exceptionalism, which you list, I won't deny that it's a really influential idea. I just don't think it's a good idea that is influencing people, you know? Like, I think that it is a bad and inaccurate idea. And so I would argue that we should not be, you know, treating it as if it is worthy of merit, similar to the idea of a cohesive Western civilization. Western culture is a set of characteristics that originated in Europe. This isn't hard to understand. Yeah, except that originated in Europe is really, really fucking broad, and a lot of those ideas that originated in Europe actually came from, like, the fucking Middle East and, like, you know, the northern coast of Africa, and, like, you know, a mixing of, like, Muslim, Middle Eastern ideas and, like, Mediterranean thought processes. Like, the only fucking reason we have, like, Aristotle and Plato is largely because texts were saved by you know, Middle Eastern empires in libraries far abroad, because Europe was so torn by war for, like, a fucking millennia that, like, it was called a Dark Age. When we talk about these ideas that emerge, we're largely talking about the ideas that came out from the Enlightenment, Enlightenment thinkers coming out with these different ideas. We can talk about how society has been influenced by the Enlightenment. I'm happy to talk about that. But characterizing Enlightenment ideas as, like, Western civilization, I think is misguided at best. The world is a place not of groups, but of individuals, sovereign individuals who are responsible for their families, communities, and destinies. The West has made this their ethos and the cornerstone of its political ideology. Despawned, if the world is not made up of groups, but of individuals, then individuals are not responsible for families, communities, because those would constitute groups. Your definition defeats itself. I live in a land named after Kentucky Fried Chicken. Gosh. My goodness. Let's see. But Europe is not one culture. There are hundreds of cultures. Germany was built on dozens of Germanic tribes. Yeah, literally, guys, until, like, just prior to World War I, Germany was like a collection of squabbling fiefdoms. Okay, like, when we're talking about Western civilization, like, you have to contend with the fact that, like, most of these countries existed as, like, hundreds of different warring kingdoms that hated each other's guts based on their ethnicity. So, like, if we're going to go this route, we do have to realize that, like, there isn't one culture that keeps them all together. Tiny room, big brain. Thank you. Generally a dog whistle, true, only if you torture yourself into preferring to believe that, cited a share... Well, again, evil right-winger, like, I talk with a lot of white supremacists. Like, they come to my channel and they talk to me about their political beliefs and their views and whatnot. And I'm happy to talk with them, you know? I try not to judge them, but, like, a lot of them use the buzzwords of, like, Western civilization and, like, you know, these are the buzzwords that they use. I'm not painting with a broad, unfair brush. This is literally what they have said to me in their own words. And, like, when you look at, like, Proud Boy videos, when you look at what these people have to say to themselves, for themselves in, like, you know, recordings of their activities, they talk about how they're defending Western civilization. What does it mean to defend Western civilization? Because, again, most of what it means to a lot of the people who join these organizations is defending whiteness. defending the white power structures. And I'm not like I'm not like pulling that out of my ass. I'm telling you this because they're like they identify as white supremacists, and this is how they code their language. Like like here, look, let's just open this really quick. Let's see, 1 second. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Switching over. Oops, nope. There we go. When we switch over, like, this has been known as like a dog whistle for a really long time. This is from the University of California. Western civilization means classics in white supremacy. It's an association that has existed for a very long time. We could go through this article. I don't think you guys are going to be super interested in it because it's talking about the Western canon of literature. And while that's something that I am personally interested in, I don't think you guys want to hear me talk about it for a very long time, you know? And let's see. Anyway, continuing to catch up with chat. Let's do that. I need to focus on that real quick. There's a server I'm on called the Calipian Club. It's like all about professional debate. Doobie loves debate. He also runs a politics Discord that has like 10k people. He has no personal values or beliefs. He argues to argue. Oh yeah, absolutely. Western culture is overly broad and unable to take into account the various cultures of different nations. Germany is not the same as Ireland or the English, and Sweden is definitely not in the same boat as Hungary. Yeah. The caricature of American exceptionalism doesn't help. Well, but no, there's nothing that makes America inherently more special than any other country on Earth other than the narrative of American exceptionalism. It's not a caricature, it's literally the case. When you look at studies of, like, the United States, we're more optimistic about our ability to exist in, like, the world. For example, here we go. Here's a study for you, okay? I have it in my research doc somewhere, which I will eventually get around to posting on Google Docs so you guys can look over the studies that I use. But essentially, the United States has one of the lowest economic mobility scores on the entire fucking planet when it comes to civilized, like, advanced countries. Sorry, civilized is not a good term. I should have phrased that better, but you get it. And we are simultaneously lowest economic mobility score, highest optimism for our ability to move between the classes, which means we don't actually have as much economic mobility as we think we do, largely because of this narrative of American exceptionalism, which is something that then hinders our ability to change and adapt because the existing narrative overrides the actual reality. It's something that actually holds us back from making our country better. And you know what? I'm a fucking patriot. I'm an American. I want to make our country fucking better. If we acknowledge that Western culture just refers to a broad abstract idea, then what is that idea? If we're honest, it's basically like white people and Christianity, right? Yeah. essentially. In Germany alone, there are 5 major Germanic cultural groups that form Germany, and a dozen or so Germanic tribes, and half of them would probably not want to be lumped in with the Gaelic dynasties of Ireland, especially back when they considered Irish not white. They treated them like shit. True. I mean, we have someone in chat literally trying to dunk and shame someone for their skin color. That's not racist. Well, but I'm white. I don't take offense to, like, acknowledging that the things that people did in the past were really shitty. And largely the shitty things were done by white people, enacted upon other groups of people. Like, I don't know, my skin color belongs to the group of people in this country that, like, fucking made other people's property for 4 centuries. Let's see. Meanwhile, accurately citing a set of shared characteristics across Europe and North America is called racist. This chat, though. Okay, but, like, I'm white. I'm not offended by people saying, like, oh man, white people suck. I'm not offended by that. Now, if you are, you can grow a thicker skin and go to a different, or go to a different chat, I guess. It does not offend me. It does not impact me in any way. The idea that there are shared characteristics across Europe and North America, sure, I'm willing to accept that there might be some overlap. But usually when people are talking about Western civilization, they're just talking about white people and Christians. And you know what? There are a lot of white people and Christians that live in other places that are not just Western civilization. And also within Western civilization, a lot of people fucking hate each other. A lot of people are prone to, like, authoritarianism. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but in like the last 100 years, which civilization had a fucking world war? Twice. Was it Eastern civilization? Was it Southern civilization? Was it Western civilization? So if we're going to talk about, like, the shared characteristics, we need to recognize that there are weaknesses to those characteristics, if they exist at all. And maybe we shouldn't be so fucking proud of them, you know? Maybe we should acknowledge that the past was prone to a lot of mistakes, and we need to evolve past those characteristics. That's my especially hot take. Germany's main function was Prussia, and Austria used to be a part of Prussia, expelled them in the War of Brothers, so Austrian used to be considered German as well. Yeah, true. Nobody talks about Prussia anymore. I think we lost a lot when Prussia disintegrated. They wanted to be the culture of the antebellum South. True. Don't cancel me, chat, but I'm not a big fan of Prime's panels. They're too unstructured for me. It's okay. We'll get back to the structured content tomorrow, friend. I like being on them because it helps me to meet more people in these political communities. Because I don't know all that many people, so it's for me it's like a social soiree, you know. Do you know how the Proud Boys started? Yeah, it was started by Gavin McGinnis, noted neo-Nazi, or at the very least neo-Nazi adjacent. Let's see. Wait, so when a group co-opts a concept or an idea, then the original idea or concept is completely undermined? Of course not. I can't believe you allow a small group of people to co-opt entirely accurate descriptions of something. Again, it's not... If you want entirely accurate descriptions of something, you should go into more specifics, like British culture or American culture or Canadian culture. Like, you should go into the more specific things. Like, if that's really what you want, like entirely accurate descriptions of things, go into more specifics than talking about Western civilization. You know, talk about British culture. What do the British do well that, really helped to change the world? Let's talk about Enlightenment values. Enlightenment values are something you can talk about that don't have a racial connotation, and they're much more accurate. So when we're talking about Western civilization, Instead, you could be talking about Enlightenment values. That's far more specific. It talks about an actual set of principles that are actually able to be nailed down. And it doesn't serve as a racial dog whistle. It's a win-win-win-win. So how about instead, evil right-winger, you replace a relatively useless term from your vocabulary with more useful ones? Who cares if they code it? What way? Wait, do you not? Wait, would you argue that you can say the N-word because you don't use it in a racist way? It's just racists who use the N-word in a racist way. So like, you're good when you use it. You can give yourself the N-word pass. Did you vote for Biden? Oh gosh, I'm so behind in chat. I'm so behind. Why pretend what a white nationalist says is co-opting the entirely rational concept of Western civilization is not a rational concept. It's just a large arbitrary gathering of groups of people. You could be using far more accurate terminology. Just wanted to say that I love providing debate, supporting their points intelligently. The ability to not have an echo chamber is part of what I love about this stream. Good conversations. Oh God, who knew what the American Academy was filled with white supremacists teaching what Western civilization? Well, yeah, that's actually a huge conversational point, evil right-winger. There's a huge ongoing debate, and there has been for like fucking decades, in education about teaching like Western canon to the exclusion of like works of literature that come out of Africa or Latin America or other parts of the globe. So there is actually an element of white supremacy that excluded people from like black and brown people from academia for a very, very long time, and considered them not worthy of discussion in educational circles. So yeah, actually there's a pretty good and vibrant discussion when you go into these circles, which I can tell you that because I've been there because I studied literature. Yeah, there's pretty vibrant conversations when it comes to the topic of like white supremacy as it relates to academia. Everything is blast. It's just depending on if you're willing to admit it. Oh, everything is biased? Well, yeah, everything is biased. The goal is to make it less biased so it's more useful information. That's the entire point of like being woke on an institutional level. It's to make things less biased so it's more useful to you when you learn it. Right winger. Why simply ignore the origin and basis of the concept of American exceptionalism? Well, again, the origin and basis of the concept of American exceptionalism is flawed in that America is not exceptional. America was exceptional at the time for having like a constitution and like doing democracy, the great democratic experiment. I don't think we're any longer all that exceptional, and I think our democratic experiment has proven to have a lot of flaws that we are at the moment struggling valiantly to fix. I'm one of those people. That's why I created this channel. Hello, please hit that follow button if you're liking this content, so that we can try and make the world a better place. I would very much appreciate it. Thank you. Got him, Hazy. Got him. I do like having constitutionally protected rights. I am a fan of that. In fact, I would consider myself a patriot for America, and I think one of the best ways to serve America is to realize that we are not exceptional in a way that would explain away potential benefits that we might get from, say, socialized healthcare or housing for the homeless. I think that if America, or you know what, prove me wrong. Prove to me that America is exceptional, and you can prove that by like showing me that the wealthiest nation on earth doesn't have to have homeless people shitting on the street. Prove it to me by showing me that America can provide healthcare to all of its citizens. Show that to me by making sure everyone has clean water and enough food to eat so people aren't starving to death on the street. These are things that you can do to prove to me that America is truly exceptional. And you know what? If we fucking make it, I will relish the day that I can say you told me so. Okay, friend? If we can stand together and say, man, boy, was I wrong. America truly is a shining city on a hill. Wowee, I really like that we all have health care and none of us are starving to death and no one is homeless and crime rates have gone down. Gee whiz, I will fully acknowledge to you that America is exceptional, and yeah, I will indeed. With no rancor, by the way. I'm saying it sarcastically because I don't think that you would join me in those endeavors, but I really wish you would, you know? E Papa Zote, thank you very much for the follow. Sir Ellen Downer, thank you very much for hitting that follow button as well. I appreciate it so goddamn much. All right, back to catching up with chat. Oh gosh, excuse me. I'm not a patriot. Sorry, I won't take the patriot pill. It's okay, comrade. You don't have to. Coming from the Middle East and not having these types of rights and freedom, America, it's pretty fucking great. Oh yeah, for sure. There are different countries that do things a lot better and a lot worse, you know? I would just like to make America better in the ways it's not currently great. You know? There are a lot of things in America that I fucking love. One of the things I don't fucking love is that there are like 50 million children who are either uninsured or underinsured in the United States of America, meaning that they had the bad luck of being born into poor families. And I think we should give them health care. I think that we should give adults health care too. I think there are great arguments for doing all of these things. So yeah, America is pretty fucking great, and you know what? I want to make it even more fucking great, okay? Fucking great times 2. Electric Boogaloo. Let's see. Talk about missing the point. Wait, I'm having trouble following the conversation, evil right winger. When you're calling out someone who's missing the point, I need more specifics. But also, guys, here's another thing. Mind-blowing fact. Racial bias is bad no matter who it's coming from. Racial bias is bad and not helpful. And whether it's coming from people of color or any other group, bias is something that fucking messes with our society in horribly negative ways. When it comes to racism, this is why a lot of people say like racism is prejudice plus power. You know, racism is like bias plus power, racial bias plus power. It's because, you know, if a white person goes to China, yeah, they're going to experience racism because the Han Chinese are the predominant racial group in China, and they can be their bias, their prejudice has a whole lot more sway in China, and because of that, your experience can be much worse. Whereas in the United States, the dominant racial group is white people, so a white person's racial bias on a systemic level is more actionable against black and brown people, has a bigger effect. But there are certain contexts within the United States where a white person might find themselves the victim of like racial bias in a situation in which like the system does not back them up. And that's also bad. Hot take. Racism can come from all kinds of different sides. And we should strive to get rid of racial bias. That being said, for obvious reasons, in America, the effects of racial bias against black and brown people are amplified by the systems and the history that have been set up by white people. So this is a complicated issue that gets a lot of people's dander up, and I just want to get down to that nitty-gritty without any hard feelings. I haven't caught up with chat yet, by the way, so I'm sure that you're all going to be really mad at me when I get down to the bottom to where you're reacting to this. Apologies in advance. I have white friends. They are the good ones. Let's see. Oh yeah, like Linky, I think like the color of our skin is like white supremacists are some of like the saddest fucking people on the planet, right? Like they have absolutely nothing going for them in life. You know, they have nothing they can cling to, and they have to like look at their skin and be like, I'm white, and the people around, there are a lot of people around me online who are talking about how great being white is, and that's the only thing I have going for me. So I think that's what they're saying is true. So like it's the only thing, like when your skin color is the only thing giving you meaning in life, that's pretty fucking sad, bro. You know, it's sad champ. You know, the opposite of pog champ. And as we all know, everyone who's followed me, you're my little pog champs, okay? Racism is not just person to person though. Racism is a system and it infects every facet of our society. True. That influences people's opinion, which creates person to person racism. That's different than black people of color being upset about trauma caused by white people. True. First off, what about Japan raping China? I mean, that was bad. What the fuck? Second, stop pretending that acknowledging the existence of a Western civilization suggests superiority. Sheesh. Okay, well, you know what? You know when people talk about Roman civilization, the Roman civilization, or like the Byzantine civilization, or like the Persian civilization, you know, those are talking about very specific things. When you're talking about Western civilization, you're actually talking about like 12 to 20 different civilizations. Like, what are you talking about? And that's my problem with the term. It's so fucking vague that it's not useful. If you're going to talk about things like democracy, capitalism, you know, these are aspects of the Enlightenment. These are Enlightenment values that were resurrected by great thinkers that happened to be in Europe. But like, though, that's very distinct from Western civilization as a concept. Western civilization is not a thing. There wasn't like an empire spanning the entire European continent and North America. Like, no, that doesn't exist. It's a bunch of very distinct cultural groups, very distinct civilizational groups, very distinct fucking empires. And like the idea that like they're all the same, absolutely ridiculous. Why would the color of the skin be something to be proud of in the first place? True. This is true. I found you from Prime. Well, thank you, Plushy Nality. I find it so hard to say your name. I'm sorry. I find it odd Prussia was blamed for Hitler, but Hitler was Austrian. Now Prussia was still a royal house, so fuck them, but it's really odd. Yeah, Prussian history is like really fucking weird when you start getting into like the history of Europe, which, by the way, I studied the history of Europe. Like, I know a lot of like their history, so this is why I take a special like kind of offense when people are like, yeah, Western civilization, it's all the same thing. No, it's fucking not. Let's see, but OMG, here we go again. Citing a Western culture doesn't mean the subcultures do not exist. My God. Let's see. It sure believes that citing cultural characteristics somehow bestows supremacy. Again, evil right-winger. This is how a lot of white supremacists typically use it. It's typically used as a dog whistle, and that comes directly from academia, where there were a lot of discussions about the racism of focusing on Western civilization to the exclusion of other civilizations around the world at different times. It's not a dog. No, okay. Look, if people talk about defending Western civilization, what they're talking about is defending white people. It is a dog whistle. It's been a dog whistle for like 20 fucking years. This isn't like new news. Gosh. Hello, Jaruli. Ba-ba-ba. Epistemological racism, good term. And yet, as we see, there is no exclusion. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop with the bullshit generalized appeal to white supremacy. Again, it's not a bullshit generalized appeal. Western civilization is a dog whistle that they use. I'm listing a fact, sir, and or ma'am, and or person of indeterminate gender. Not just that, but the accessibility of academic knowledge, like databases that charge for the privileges, mean you need to just open a document. True, ePapa is out. I find that a real detriment to my ability to back up some of my arguments sometimes, you know? And by the way, evil right-winger, I'm not saying that you're using it as a dog whistle, just that a lot of white supremacists do, which is why it behooves us to use more specific terminology. My goodness, the intentional and willful ignorance on display here. Are we really going to the concept of American exceptionalism? Is the argument that America is better than others? For goodness sake, that's literally ignoring the entire concept of historical relevance of American exceptionalism. Well, but evil right-winger, it's a concept that's still used today to like explain why like America is too big for like policies that might put a damper on school shootings, or America's too big for healthcare systems to work. You know, we're exceptional in some way. Americans don't want it because we're better than that. We're better than socialized medicine, or like the idea that of manifest destiny being based on American exceptionalism. We were entitled to the entire land mass of America. Indigenous people be damned. And this motivated us to genocide the fuck out of Native American tribes. It motivated us to eradicate their culture as best we could. Like, it's led to a lot of bad historical shit. And been used to justify a lot of ongoing oppression as well. The fuck does Western civilization mean through... though most of Western Civ came from a mix of Asia and Middle East and even Africa along with European tech, most things did not originate that we consider European only due to Europeans. I mean, true. Like, what do Americans consider super American? Guns? Guess where gunpowder came from? It's not Western civilization. Let's see. She didn't call you a trash bag for being white. She called you a trash bag because your ideas are bad. And you're getting mad. Hello, Tiberius D. How's it going? We're having ourselves a regular hootenanny over here about politics. Oh no, I don't think evil right-winger is trolling at all, which is why I haven't like treated him as a troll, you know? Let's see. Aw. How's it going, Tiberius? I hope you're having I'm really sorry about your cat, okay? I'm still sorry about that. I hope you're doing okay. White people go to China, might experience some discrimination, but also some privilege. It sometimes depends. True, Miss Dinosaur. True. 2-meter troll. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I hope you have a good time in my community. Oh gosh, excuse me. Chud's gonna chud. True. I don't even know what we're debating. I'm just trying to catch up with chat. So I'm at the bottom and I know where you guys are, so I'm not responding to things that were sent like 3 minutes ago. Hello, Peter Parker. How's it going? I hope your job at the Daily Bugle's going well. Hope you're taking some good pictures. Let's see. Concept of split. Well, but you also have evil right-winger. You haven't responded to my take that like you should just say Enlightenment values, because that's a lot easier and more specific to what you're talking about, rather than a vague, nebulous term. I think that would benefit everybody, really. What's so odd? What's so odd here is that Riverboat Jack prefers to believe that when a relatively tiny number of people, white supremacists, co-opt something, then that thing which has been co-opted changes entirely in type, nature, and content. Well, yes, changing the context of something changes the meaning that we can derive from it, yes. If something becomes co-opted by white supremacists, yeah, it changes the meaning a little bit when you see people doing it. Hello, Radical Maniac. Hope you're having a great time. Interesting conversation in chat about education reform during the panel. I might have missed that one. Oh yeah, there's individual racism too. This is why I say everyone has individual racial bias. The difference between the ability to enact like harm is based on that racial bias is amplified by systemic racism. So yeah. Finally, I've become a little pog champ. You are a little pog champ. People talk about Russia also invaded, and the Russian Cossacks raped and pillaged China as well. So did the Mongolians. Yeah. Well, no, actually, Stella. Yeah, I know China has been abused by a lot of invaders over the years. Where did the Enlightenment get resurrected? The Enlightenment didn't get resurrected. It spread around like America, for example. America was heavily influenced by Enlightenment thinkers like Adam Smith, and a lot of the founding fathers as well were Enlightenment thinkers. When we're talking about this, like we're talking like contemporaneously with like the birth of America. So when we're talking about Enlightenment values, that's something that is actually like specific and talks about actual things rather than a nebulous term that doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck how a tiny number of people use a word. So are you giving yourself the N-word pass, evil right-winger? If Western nations never bullied Japan, Japan decided to learn about Western civilization. Japan might never have had enough power to dominate China. If British never sold opium to China, who knows? Yeah, the Opium Wars were brutal. Why does Riverboat Jack take how a small group of idiots use a word and concept and redefine that entire concept, please? Again, it's a fairly common thing that happens with language, actually. Language changes over time. It gets co-opted by different movements. It attains different meaning. For example, the word hello was an expression of surprise until the invention of the telephone. It was more common to greet people by saying ahoy. So we've literally only been saying hello to each other for like the last 100 years or so. Or 150 years, I guess. My question is, why are you so keen to hold on to the term Western civilization when you have access to more specific words? Why does this matter? How am I? I'm doing really well. I'm just really behind in chat. I'm trying to catch up. You guys are just talking so much. Concept of American exceptionalism is used as in an argument to not adopt unit. Yeah, it is. It literally is. I've seen it used by like politicians, sitting politicians. Wait, this historical revisionism, postmodern bullshit is why you've been relegated to Twitch? Wait, where else would I be aside from Twitch? Wait, where do you think I want to be aside from Twitch? Peter Parker 371, thank you so goddamn much for hitting that follow button. Though I thought you were already following. I've seen you come and go. Let's see. Potatoes, generally considered an Irish culture thing. Pizza, an Italian thing. Would not exist without America. True. Let's see. Just came here to learn a few things. Thank you for the welcome. Well, you're very... I was about to say you're very welcome, but like... Yeah, I love having all kinds of different people in my chat, you know? I want to be able to reach conservatives and liberals and neoliberals and like have productive discussions and talk about all kinds of spicy shit, you know? Wait, why do you think that the concept of Western civilization is rational? It's just a way of grouping different cultures. And that's a completely subjective, like, evaluation. What is a white supremacist? I've not heard the term before. Train spotting elite. A white supremacist is someone who thinks that white people are inherently superior to people with different skin. People with skin tones similar to me should be dominant, and other skin tones should be subservient. Or are, in other ways, genetically or culturally inferior. Currently writing a final on the history of discrimination in public schools and the future towards equity. Thanks for the company. E Papa Zote, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I wish you the best of luck on your final, friend. I'm very aware of how stressful that can be. So I hope you're in a primo position to knock it out of the park, you know? Follow the logic of, but I also agree with that it's a vague, a pretty bad model for the world, even worse if it's been co-opted, which I think it has for a while. Wait, how does saying I don't care how white supremacists might use a rational concept like Western civilization suggest that I think that there is a path to use the N-word? I don't know, I was being cheeky, you know? Right-wingers, Jesse Lee, Ben Shapiro, Proud Boys, KKK, Quartering, Arch Warhammer. Ashley Stella, exciting news, by the way. Arch Warhammer is no longer Arch Warhammer. He's now called Arch, because the game that makes Warhammer sent him a cease and desist because they hated that he was associated with their game brand. His entire channel was based around promoting that game and playing that game and talking about that game. And they sent him a cease and desist because he was too toxic for their ultra-fashy war game. Which is incredible. I love it. Games Workshop based. Ahoy, everybody. Indeed. A handshake in my country could get you thrown in jail or worse? Train spotting elite. What is your country? That's frightening. Oh yeah, there are a lot of people who think that Ben Shapiro is like a moderate conservative. Oh yeah, 2-meter troll. Western civilization is largely used as like an antagonistic term to differentiate like the West from like China or the Middle East or Africa, like largely to it's used to kind of show that we're better than those third world countries. It's kind of a term that loads a lot into it, beyond first blush. So I'm a Shapiro simp? Not at all. Can someone define a term rational after this rather irrational act of trolling? Oh yes, I was being uncharitable. I will admit that. Absolutely. Hey gamers. Hey Archangel. Oh my gosh, am I catching up? I know I just forgot his name. Let's see. Lack of humility here, and the closed-mindedness is actually surprising. Well, again, I still don't understand why you're so attached to this term. I did it! I did it, everybody! I caught up with chat. I did it. I did it. I did it. Yes, the term third world is also problematic. Exactly. But like that's the framing of like the white supremacist view on it, right? Like the Western civilization is advanced and civilized, unlike the dirty third world, That's their view on it. I would not characterize the world as such, okay? White supremacists did not originate the concept of the third world, though, nor developing world. No, they didn't. But they definitely co-opted it into their language. Like, you understand, like, something can originate as one thing, and then over time be, like, taken by others for other purposes, right? Like, meanings can change over time. That was like the purpose of my fun little hello ahoy anecdote. And part of this issue is that like it can be a problem. Like a lot of like the entire concept of like the third world, if you apply its original meaning to today, doesn't make any sense anymore, because like the first world was like America, and the second world was supposed to be like the USSR's bloc. And then there was the third world, which was like unaligned between the USSR and like the first world, America. Let's see, I was a merchant marine for 30 years. The concept of the third world is a bit strange considering, and Western civilization concept was introduced at the same time as social studies was introduced in placement of actual civics class, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Western civilization was largely a term reserved for like academics, and it's filtered down into the common parlance over time. Again, evil right-winger, why wouldn't you use a more accurate term, like enlightenment values? Enlightenment. I don't know why I keep pronouncing it weird. A perfect example is the swastika. Yeah, exactly. We don't use it now because Nazis co-opted it. It doesn't matter what its original meaning was. Fully understood the concept of third world country when I saw LaGuardia Airport. Oof, true. The symbol of the swastika was based on the Roman salute, and the OK sign was originally good meanings before Hitler took them. Now we don't use them because of the context. Yeah, that was a bunch of examples. Sorry. Enlightenment values just happened to come back to the forefront from, wait for it, Europe. Yeah, but guess what? They came from specific people, and they talked about specific things. applying those things, applying those specific beliefs and thought patterns is more useful than kind of appealing to an entire civilizational spanning idea that is inaccurate and outdated and, like, frankly has been co-opted by white supremacists. I don't know why you're clutching onto this idea when you have access to more accurate terminology. Multiracial people are ugly? That's certainly a judgment. Bye. Yeah, the okay sign was not Hiller. I realized after I finished reading what you said that you were meaning them all as individual examples, not like... And I didn't realize that it wasn't one long sentence. Apologies, I'm bad at reading. My whole country is many times worse than the worst ghetto in the US. My ex-country? Oh, gotcha. Hot BBC, what was your ex-country? I'm curious. Brazil? I guess I feel like it would really depend on where you were from in Brazil. Like, if you're from a favela, I absolutely 100% agree. Those places are scary. People like Peterson, Shapiro, and Hicks do use Enlightenment values as a dog whistle as well, as far as I know. It's not entirely untainted, but not as bad as Western culture. Well, yeah, and Enlightenment values is also, like, specific to, like you can look up what, like, writers from the Enlightenment talked about. Okay, you can look those up. You know, they talked about specific things, and you know what? It's kind of like, it's worthwhile to read a lot of them. You know, I think that a lot of people would benefit from reading Adam Smith, because you know what Adam Smith wasn't a fan of? Landlords, monopolies, generally capitalism. It leads very nicely into an understanding of Marxism, to be honest with you. It's full of favelas. True. Yeah, we had a Brazilian on the show a couple weeks back, Venom Jesus, to talk about favelas and, like, the state of Brazil. Very interesting stuff. Let's see. Travel to Kenya and Central Africa if you want horror and an evil place. Death squads are common here. I do not doubt it, friend. Many people would benefit by avoiding attempting to trash historical figures as tainted by measuring them against assumed contemporary standards. Wait, are you saying that if, like, if like an Enlightenment thinker that we hold in high regard, like, raped children, you would be fine with that because it was, like, that's the historical standard of his time, like, it was acceptable back then? Or are you saying that, like, there is a line for you, it's just acceptable to own people as property instead? I guess where's your line to be like, well, you know, it was in fad in the times, you know, it was normal for you to rape kids back then, you know? Well, no, but I'm genuinely curious. What is the line for you? I'm giving a hyperbolic example, but, like, at what point would you be like, yeah, maybe this person wasn't very good? Also, yeah, we were talking about language and not historical figures, but, like, we can talk about historical figures. Was there ever a time when it was accepted to rape kids? Peter Parker? Unfortunately, yes. In Greek, in Greece and Rome, it was actually pretty common. Sparta, for example, infamously known for this. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that owning people as property never was really a great thing, no. Yeah, as grim as it might be, yeah, like when I'm talking about like when we're talking about like the values of like Western civilization, it when we delve into like the dark corners of what the West has done, as part of its policies, yeah, you start uncovering a lot of really gross shit. Um, like yeah, I mean, if you want some like not great reading on history, you can look up pederasty in ancient Greece. It's pretty not great. Oh, come on, let's not even label which country is good or bad. They're all shit, because the problem isn't countries, west, south, east, or north. It's all about people. True. I am Homelander. True. The issue is we were talking about Western civilization and how using that as a generalization isn't super useful, and that we should use more precise language. However, we have people in the chat who disagree. Oh gosh, acknowledging that one culture exists and is different from another does not inherently attribute superiority or ignore wrongdoing. I don't know. Then why are we lumping in all of these cultures together in Western civilization? Should we not then separate them so as to have more useful points of comparison, to have more accurate data? I feel like you're making my argument for me here. We all have primal needs inside us that we need to control if we're going to be... I don't want to know what you're talking about there, I am Homelander. I'm from Finland. Ideas like third world or Western civilization remind me a lot about imperialism, which was rather popular among certain monarchies of the time period. True. Everyone should read King Leopold's Ghost, a really, really good work of nonfiction about the horrors implemented by King Leopold II. Humans naturally work together. True. Humans are nothing more than hairless intellectual mammals, but we're no different than any other animals. We fight for territory, we fight for love, we fight for food. Don't act like we're better than the animals who can't speak. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I feel like humans are better than animals. And like this is why like humans don't generally go around raping people. I think that, yeah, we're intelligent, rational beings. And the existence of laws is not what prevents us from raping people. We have a inherent belief that it's generally not a good thing to do. Name an animal that kills just to kill. There are other animals that do it. I can't name one off the top of my head, though. Good night, Peter Parker. I'm sorry that you came in on one of the rough ones, you know? I hope you do come back, okay? Thank you very much for the follow. Nick Vote Dog, thank you so goddamn much for subscribing. I appreciate the hell out of you, okay? I'm really glad you're liking the content. Because, goddamn, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours almost. By the way, if you're out there and you're liking this content, hit the follow button, because I definitely didn't plan to stream this long, and I'm definitely not putting this in like some content on YouTube, so you're not going to see it anywhere else. You guys actually think we're better, yet we're basically on the road to extinction? That's actually funny. True. True. I do think we're better. I don't know. I'm kind of proud of it. Train Spotting Elite, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I appreciate it. For animals like a lion, killing might be exhausting. Lions have to keep their energy, so it's the question why lions don't kill for fun. Interesting question. Global warming is fucking us as we can't even get along long enough to do something about it. True. I mean, part of the problem is that we as animals, limited by our biological brains, we lack the ability to plan that far ahead. You know, we lack the ability, like long-term planning, not a skill set that nature has endowed us with. Okay. We're better, yet we're going to kill each other and every other animal on this planet. You know what? I would say that, you know, as far as like animal accomplishments go, killing every creature on the planet, pretty hard to do. What do you think we should do? Oh yeah, we absolutely should focus on global warming. I have solutions to this, you know, Green New Deal, socialism. I think we could get out of this problem. Out of curiosity, did 27 raid into here? I'm not sure how I came to be in here. Yeah, 27 did raid into here, Jaru Lee. Yeah, I swung by his channel the other day and said hello, and I guess I've been on his mind. And I love me some $27, okay? Dude's just real cool. Seems really nice. I would love to get like a beer with him someday, you know? Cool. He's really chill. Yeah, he does seem really chill, and like I got to see him laugh a lot, and he has a nice laugh. You know, I feel like you can learn a lot about someone from their laugh. I believe will be the next extinction level event. Every other extinction level event involved the planet's climate changing. Oh yeah, I mean, agreed. But hopefully we get our act together. You know, it's actually entirely one of the big reasons why I made this channel. We're on a ticking clock. We need to organize. We need to start running in our local elections in America. We need to start taking the levers of power in the Democratic Party. We need to actually make tangible change and like run on policy that's actually going to improve people's material lives. And by doing so, we can get into a position that allows us to pass a new deal, a Green New Deal, that allows us to save the planet. Good night, 2-meter troll. Have a good evening. I by the way, everyone, I stream every weeknight at 8 p.m. Central Time. So please come back tomorrow, or rather later today. I have never met an animal I couldn't train nor befriend. One of the reasons I like them, an animal won't betray you unless you give it a reason to. Haven't learned to tell my cats I even learned to tell my cats to trust me. That's nice. That's actually really sweet, I am Homelander. And she will blink back. That's really cute. There are lions that will trust you. Aww. Oh my goodness, everybody. We got real spicy there. No wonder I could tell we needed like a cooldown period to talk about all this stuff. I knew we needed to talk about it. I knew it. All right. Well, on that note, guys, what is that emote? What is on that? Is that a carrot? All right, guys. No, don't you fucking dare. Look, guys, I'm going to Christmas Percy. I love it. Thank you, Pork Nickel. I can't leave you, but I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Look, I won't leave if people start following, okay? And I'm gonna raid Universal Discourse. Okay? Don't leave us, Parasocial Mom. Look, Parasocial Mom will be back. There are snacks in the fridge. You know, you gotta. I need to go to work. I need to. Look, if I actually made enough money to do this full time, I would love to give you a 16-hour stream. Okay. I would love to do that. Unfortunately, my channel's not big enough yet to make it work. But you know what? One day we're going to be bigger than Hassan. We're going to be rolling in that Twitch money, and I'm going to be organizing the fuck out of all of you, okay? You get some good sleep. It is really late here in America. You should be in bed. And I'll be back in like 15 hours-ish. 14 hours. Good night. Good night, everybody. You've been so lovely today. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, just remember, tweet out my stuff. Tell people about me. Post about me over on Reddit. I can use that marketing, you know? We had another hype train. It was awesome. But all right, I need to go. You all give Universal Discourse as much love as possible, okay?